think of myself. But again, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, there's some things wrong with that, depending on the way in which preview close to talk like a pirate day. Oh, free gold. Wow. Oh, we're looking at the new class, by the way. Yeah, depending on how people use it, but as long as it's transformative, it's probably fine.
I watch short form content mainly. Watches 5,000 hours of YouTube.
Look, shut the fuck up. Just because you're right and you're accurate, you shut up, dude. Okay, yeah. You had to wound me like that. It's literally true. That is actually accurate. Okay, there we go. Alright. Now able to stream the Haven't seen Mariner yet. Feel free to come and check. I'm just posting. Alright, so, for those that don't know what the heck this is the video game The Lord of the Rings of the Online. And today we're going to be looking at the new class that they just added to the game, the Mariner. And by the new class they just added to the game, I mean the new class that is being added to the game in the next expansion. I don't know what's up with this guy's face, but there's something about it I don't like. I don't know why his forehead is roughly the same size as my forehead, which is that you could put a billboard on it. It's just huge. Like, I guess maybe they all have big foreheads, but there's something about the angle. Like, the hair is not close enough to the face. Like, look at this. This is less forehead than this one. There's something about it, the way the hair rests on it. He's got so much forehead. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. Accurate to the player. So, to give you the quick description, Mariners are confident melee fighters who wield swords deftly to challenge the forces of evil. Mariners have an innate sense of the flow of combat and use their balance to adjust their fighting style to best fit the moment. Mariners also know how to use combinations of individual moments to create powerful skill chains. In fellowships, Mariners can use shanties to coordinate and motivate their allies, as well as craft strange concoctions to confound and disrupt their foes. So we have the lore. Mariners are resourceful combatants capable of using strange devices as well as their surroundings to aid them in battle. This class is inspired by Erendil, who alone among men successfully sailed to the uttermost west to plead for the aid of the Valar. Ooh, look at that guy. So who can be a Mariner? Can everybody be a Mariner? A man. You can be a high elven Mariner who looks like a ranger. Oh, the body! Oh, no! Dude, this guy's diet went way too far. I know the elves are supposed to be lightweight, but this is ridiculous. Dwarves cannot be mariners. Interesting. Stout axes can be, though. Again, they got no internal organs. So it looks like the man mariner is the only one that's properly set up. Oh, I forgot they added river hobbits to the game. And they can also be mariners. Also, river hobbits can be captains? Sick. That's very cool. Hobbits cannot be mariners, only river hobbits. Elves also can't be mariners, and Bjornings can't be mariners. So it's river hobbit, stout axe, high elf, and the race of man. Interesting. So very few races, and some of the traditionally best races you're unable to become a mariner on. Interesting. All right, I'm going to see if they have a little movie. This might be a RIP headphone users moments. Let's see.
The champion.
Whoop. Yeah, the champion. They do not have a movie for it yet, unfortunately. So hopefully they do add a movie. That's one of my favorite parts about this game, is that they have like these little movies. So, you know, so they got like, for example, like one of these where like, it's like a little video that actually shows you what it does. And you got like the narrator. I really like that. And so I hope that they do make one for the Mariner, but we will see. Because it looks like the art is not done for the other races, we will be sticking with the Man Mariner for today. Non-expansion race? Well, High Elves are free now, and Stout Axes might also be free, but High Elves are certainly free. But yeah. Also, you're going to have to buy the expansion to play this guy. What the heck is up with his forehead? I cannot be the only one that sees this. Like, look at Brawler. Like, you know, Captain does not have the forehead, but something about the Mariner. Look at it. It's like the size of my forehead. We just look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. Holy mackerel! Like the toupee is just not resting well. All right. So we're gonna call this guy Six Head, which seems pretty good. And we are gonna go on an adventure. Actually, the forehead doesn't seem as bad. I think it was just the angle that the hair was not coming down close enough. So that should be pretty good. Oh, like avatar update visible? It should be up on here. And we will make Six Head the Breland man. Sounds good. Yeah, it seems weird? Probably. Ooh! See? Now he's got a headband, which covers up the Six Head. That's the pro gamer move. If you have a forehead, okay, that they could use for billboard space, that people solicit you to sell it all the time, get that headband. Saves your life. So let's load up Six Head the Mariner and check out the brand new class being added to the game. This is a preview. This is a preview. Everything here is subject to change and not done.
Stream hates bald people.
I didn't say that. If you said balding people, that would be accurate. I forgot that I have all of my combat analysis. Get that out of the way. All the add-ons that I have. Can I skip this? Also, look at this fancy bar. Okay, cool. So we have this fancy bar here, it looks like. I'm just gonna give it this. Which I believe is, they said balance. Balance shifts fore and aft. So it's kind of like the Runekeepers, it looks like, where they have like a left and a right. So Runekeepers is one of the classes that exists. They have like a healing side and a damage side. But I don't think these are healers or damagers. So what do we have? We have different skills. We have Blade. I'm going to just put them up all on screen so we can take a look. So you've got... Okay, so it looks like you can see the skills either move you in a different direction. So it looks like Riposte moves you to the right. So it attunes to the right, attunes to the right, so it's moving right. And then the blue skills are moving you to the left. So the red ones are right, so I'll just organize these like so. Also, the red skills are your damage skills, and it looks like the blue skills are not your damage skills, so that'll be interesting. So you just use all your damage skills. I don't know when you would use the defensive ones, but we'll take a look. So shift back into posture. Shift back into aggressive posture for your cutting attacks. So swordplay. Advance deals more damage. Advance gains the chance to stun. So, and it gives extra advanced damage. Or swordplay, step back, gives more partial evasion. Advance deals more damage. Advance applies a bleed. Okay, interesting. So basically, there's a skill called advance that I guess I don't have yet. And if I use riposte and then advance, I get a stun. If I use thrust and then advance, I get a bleed instead. Or if I use thrust and then step back, I get an evasion bonus. That's kind of interesting. I like the combo-oriented nature of this. And then for left, we have Blade Shield. Adopt a defensive stance with your blade, increasing your chance to parry incoming attacks. So swordplay. So swordplay is like the combo move. So these are like the setups and then the finishers, basically. So if I use this first, then step back reduces incoming damage. So it's like so this gives me parry and it makes a step back, gives me more damage, or takes damage taken, or riposte deals more damage and has improved critical chance. Interesting. So even some of the left ones will add damage. All right. And on guard gives run speed. And it makes thrust deal more damage. Oh, so I can on guard and then thrust. Okay, so I can do this and then this. Attunes 3, it looks neutral. Oh, this is a neutral one. Okay, so this is to the center and requires at most 6 and requires, I don't know what this is, to the left. Okay, interesting. So this is going to be hard to figure out exactly what is going on. To solve this problem, I just need to get out of this area that I'm in. So we're going to buy the veteran. Oh, I can't. Can I not veteran skip this? Uh-oh. 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 Shit. Is there no way to skip this opening? It looks like I have to play the opening. All right, cool. Sounds good. Well, I was hoping I could skip the opening. It looks like I cannot skip the opening. So I'm gonna that's 1 second. Okay. So we're gonna loot the gear satchel, and just gonna change the bags. You can combine your bags, which is nice in this game, and move them around, so you have fewer like individual bag slots, which I like. Get that sorted real quick. Also, a feature that I like about this game is there's an auto sort, so I can just go and it auto sorts all my bags, so it's done. So now I have my bags nice and sort-like. Okay, so I got a gear satchel. So much crap. because this is all the expansion stuff. It's the same in DDO and Lord of the Rings. Okay, so talk to him. Okay, so you're a prisoner. Press I to open your inventory and equip a weapon. Okay, so I have a weapon now. I have a knife. Also, my character has items already. So I'm currently using a dull cutlass and a second best table knife. Amazing. Oh, he's attacking me. Okay. I can't do that in combat. Oh, I didn't realize he just attacks you. So I should practice combat with Strider. Okay, sounds good. So this goes to the right and these go to the left. So for example, I can use on guard into thrust, or blade shield into riposte. So I go blade shield, which moves me to the left, and then I go riposte. And it looks like the animations are pretty fast. So that's kind of interesting. So the animations look pretty fast. As far as the balance panel, nope. I want to grab the balance panel. Okay, progress bar, let's grab the balance panel. Okay, let's grab the balance panel. Why can't I grab this menu? I grabbed vitals. It looks like you can't move the balance panel either, so I'm gonna have to move this down a little bit because I can't. Doesn't look like I can move this.
Well done. Let us press on.
I'm not sure I understand this character, but we'll figure that out. Or what the balance is supposed to do. It also looks like it resets to 25, or like the middle every time. Yeah. I do wish I could skip this, but I cannot.
We must part ways.
So we have a guy here. And I guess I just used the attacks. I don't think I have any combos or finishers, so it's going to take some time to figure out how the different combos work. But basically, I can move to the right. I don't know if that has any effect on my character. Steady. Immune to roots, knockdown, stuns. Oh, stuns, knockdowns, and roots. Oh, if you're in the middle, because you have balance, you're immune to knockdowns. Interesting. Oh, and on guard is for thrust. I'm doing this in the wrong order. Okay. So I'm supposed to go to this guy, and I hit him with the on guard, and then we hit him with the thrust. All right, makes sense. Then I have all these little buffs: steady, run speed, sword play. So you get a lot. So it's basically every time you use an attack, each attack on your bar gives you a buff. Okay, that's interesting. Moving to the right is going right. Guess always try to stay in the middle. I'm not so sure. I can't get out of the middle because I can't fight for long enough. So yeah. So we'll see. I don't know what happens if you go to the end. One of the other classes that has a balance like this, its character. Oh, this guy lasts a little bit longer. Maybe I'm just gonna keep spamming and see if I can get it to the right. I can't. Even doing as much, even only pressing the right buttons, I can't get it to go to the right. So we'll see. Gives extra buff. Well, that's the thing, because you see these individual little chunks, right? These like little crystals. There's probably like a bonus when you cross a threshold on these. Only press left. Can I left out of combat? My cooldown, I can't left out of, I can't max left. Yo, what's up, Mike? How you doing? I forgot they fully voice acted this. I'm doing good. I want to leave this tutorial dungeon, but I can't. Because to do that, you need to buy veteran status. And it costs 100 points, and I can't get free points on the preview. So I'm not sure how you solve that exactly. I think the answer is I should have transferred a character and then gotten points and then bought the thing, but whatever. It is what it is. Hurry up. Let me out. I'm done with this quest zone. Please. I'm not playing the whole tutorial, so they better give me the option to skip it. Please.
But all is not lost.
Thank goodness you're awake.
Oh, are you not allowed to skip the tutorial at all?
Do not trouble yourself on my account.
Oh.
Only a chill. There are too many deeds to be done.
Dude, I'm not spending an hour doing this. Sorry.
You can help, my friend.
That's stupid.
Brackenbrook will not heed my warnings.
I'm just not going to spend an hour doing that. Not wasting my time. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, okay. Sounds good. Isn't the door there? No. Is there a door to the tavern there? I'm currently just transferring characters so I can get points so I can get out. So just give me a second. I'm just going to transfer a character. Thought you saw it. I did not see it. I can't log into the game right now. I have to wait for my transfer to complete. Oh, it completed instantaneously. Well, that's good. This is way faster. Okay, very good. Log in, back in. Yeah, interesting stuff. There is in the actual intro. Yeah, I don't know if there's in the actual intro. That's what I'm going to do, is take the transfer character to get points. I don't hate the tutorial. I'm just trying to test out something. I don't want to spend an hour waiting to look at the new class. I'm logging into the preview server. This should be easier. Just add the points guide to the tutorial section. I don't know. Showing up the cosmetic system? I might. All right. Does it beat the ESO cosmetic system? They have different sets of value. The LotRO one is simpler, for sure. Okay. I don't have any mythical coins, so I need to go to... Why am I here again? I think I'd whip myself into an abyss. Oh, my add-ons aren't loaded. Perfect. I don't have a house. Travel to personal house? Do I have a personal house? If I transfer a character, do I get to keep my house? Okay, that's what I was thinking. Muster? Where are my travel skills? What are those called? Oh, return. Where do I want to... I need to go somewhere convenient. Bree. I actually don't know where all the doors are. I assume it's just Thorin's Hall, but I actually don't know. Okay, here we go. I don't know if there's another door in here. Anyways, hello, Bill Rosewood. Thorin's Gate, please. There's Arch it too? But yeah, so the LotRO system is convenient because it's just faster and you don't have to talk to a guy. Like, that's the issue with the ESO system, is it requires like an NPC to do everything for you for the cosmetic system. Whereas in Lord of the Rings, you can be traveling, find something that's cool, go to your cosmetic outfit, and be like, oh, this armor piece looks sick, and just apply it instantaneously. You don't have to do anything to wait. Okay, so... Hello, LotRO point and mithril allowance. Tier 3 LotRO points. Thank you. Mithril coin allowance. Thank you. Okie dokie. Now we're good. I got everything I needed. Yep. Yeah, an achievement system in DDO would be interesting. I feel like that would also be a system that a lot of people probably wouldn't invest in, but we'll see. Okay, let's go back to Six Head, the Mariner, and actually do some testing. Also, logging in and logging out in this game takes a very long time. I think it's because there's just like a lot of data. Like the characters are very, very heavy because they have so much data in each character. But especially the older ones, the older your character is, the longer it takes to log in and out. Oh, the Isengard is right here. It is here. Look at that. Well, I learned something today. Did you guys learn something? I learned something. Grab some more points. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So let's how do we do this? What's the best way to do this? The best way to test the character would probably be to take it kind of slow. So we're going to put this character to level 10 and take a look at some of the actual things that the character gets. So we're level 10 now. We have lots of skills. Recenter. After using a finisher, recenter yourself. So we're going to kind of break this down and look at the skills individually. So we're going to go blue skills, red skills, and then all these ones that are not highlighted. Belly of Brine. Minor afflictions don't compare to eating rations. Okay, so this is your cleanse. So this is the cleanse skill. You just use this skill to remove any debuffs from you. We have flick. With a flick of your blade, interrupt. So we have the interrupt. That makes sense. Sail to Celendim. Okay, so you have sail buttons. Sail to Sarnford. So you can sail to areas. It's basically a personal travel, I guess. Like wardens can muster. You have disengage. Swordplay finisher. Enables recenter. Okay. And then, recenter you can use after any finisher. Enables recenter. So recenter can be used after any finisher. And it attunes 20 to the middle. And this requires 7, and it attunes more. So that's lunge. These are your finishers. Okay, so you're basically supposed to use these and then into a finisher, which makes sense. Oh, it's healing you when it removes something. And it says for each effect dispelled, and there's a comma, so maybe it does. All right, and now we have a trait tree. Let's take a look at what this character does, what it's supposed to do. We have the Shanty Caller, the Duelist, with an extra L, which is interesting. Why are there 2 L's in Duelist? I thought this was a typo, but there's an extra L here as well. Is this supposed to be there? You live in Jersey? That's the problem with people who have good things. They get complacent. And then the Rover. So let's take a look. So we have the Shanty Caller. Sing shanties to coordinate and motivate allies. Shanty callers use ribald song and catchy melodies to motivate themselves and their allies, coordinating movements and keeping high spirits high while completing difficult tasks. That doesn't fucking tell me what this does. At all. I have no clue what this does. Is this, I assume this is healer then. This is a healer tree. Inspiring presence. Your swordplay finishers inspire allies, pushing them to deal more damage. This effect does not stack with the captain's inspire damage buff. Okay. Shanty buff durations. Maybe Dramatic Flourish tells me. Make a Dramatic Flourish inspiring your allies. This does not stack with a Captain's Master of War critical hit buff. Oh, this is a buffing tree. Okay, so this is not a healer. Okay, so I'm just going to make a set of notes here of things that are not clear. The Shanty Caller. Blue Shanty Caller text does not at all describe what it does. This should be like, it should tell you what the focus is on. Look at all this space. We have space. You can type a little blurb that just says, this character focuses on improving its allies' damage and supporting people. If that makes sense. We have West Wind, which increases your allies' damage, which does not stack with 2 arms. Hey, look, we have Inspire in 2 arms. Cool. Defensive Posture. When fighting defensively, you're able to more effectively reduce damage. That's fine. We have West Wind and South Wind are your allies as much as your crew, so you can increase the power of your effects. Call the Banners of War. This doesn't stack with Captain Banner of War. And the Breaking of Thangorodrim is Oathbreaker's Shame. But an AoE. It's got 25% instead of 35%, but it has an AoE applied of 10%. Interesting. That's actually very cool. Very useful in the current raid. Okay, so you have something that it appears to be an analog for the existing red captain. So yeah, I'm just saying they could be clear. I play this video game and this text didn't tell me what this did. So I'm just saying that they could be just a little clearer. I think that's fair. The Duelist weaves dramatic combinations of strikes to deal relentless damage. And also you might be like, so the issue is the word motivate, right? So health in this game is morale. Motivating increases morale. So this is a healer. Full stop. That's correct. What I said is 100% correct based on this text. And this is not a healing tree, so it should be more clear. As I said, I think things should be clear. Also, there's space. Duelists are masters of single combat, relying on swordplay and footwork to face down their enemies head on. Again, this is perfectly clear. Damage tree, DPS. It's colored red. See how clear it is? Anyway, so we've got Cut Over, which does damage. Check Step, which I don't know what this does. Compound Attack, which will quicken the recovery of your lunge. Sure. Keen Blade, critical magnitude, extra damage on finishers, mana cost and attack speed, and a big attack that cutting across multiple targets as you dash forward with an increased critical chance. Cool. That seems good. And then we have the Rover. So uses anything on hand to hinder foes. Rovers embrace the traveling lifestyle of a mariner, exploring distinct lands and collecting rare materials and strange baubles. In a pinch, they're also capable of turning these odds and ends into devices for confounding and weakening their foes. Oh, so this is a debuffing tree. It just says confounding and weakening foes. That means it's a debuffer. We have Draining Strike, which drains mana from enemies. Very interesting. And Thrum of the Sea, which is a Thrum of the Sea resonates from your ears, the ears of your target, pushing and pulling their mind, holding them in a trance-like state. So this is like Riddle or the Blinding Flash from Lore Master. Cool. So it looks like this is like a Lore Master or Burglar adjacent thing. We have Caustic Brew, which reduces mitigations, which is just like the Lore Master one that reduces the dust. Extended Stupor increases the duration of roots and dazes. Okay. After debilitating strike, like Lunge will start a Fellowship maneuver. Okay, so it's like Burglar. Ancient Craft, thank you. Pitch Pot reduces tactical mitigation. So this is the oil spill from Lore Master. Belly of Brine becomes Cleansing Spirits, which applies to your entire raid. Your raid? Fuck, that's good. I love that. Caustic Brew, which is another brew that also reduces mitigations. Oh, Corrosive Salts affects Caustic Brew. Corrosive Salts. Caustic Brew reduces any mitigations 15% for the first 10 seconds. Okay, that obviously this makes sense. And it's like the upgrade to Ancient Craft. And then Jugglery Proficiency grants access to the skill, which adds extra components to many of your Haversack skills. You've always got extra bits and bobs in your Haversack, and you're experienced to mix them into your other concoctions. Haversack skills may reduce your target's outgoing and incoming damage. Cool. That's kind of sick. All right, so this looks kind of interesting. So I want to see how this actually feels. I'm curious about like going to the edges, so I'm just going to go into the damage room. So we're just going to go here. There's probably a lot of people trying these things out, so I don't know how many free dummies we'll have. Oh, there's a free dummy right here. Perfect. So I want to see what happens if I go over in one of these directions. So what does it mean to like be aftward, or to what is this? Fore and aft. So I'm assuming to the right is the fore. I don't know. So I'm just going to mash these buttons. So I can use this, which then causes advance to deal more damage. And has a cooldown. Okay. So now, oh, we're in yellow now. So now my balance has been shifted. So I have forward, which gives me a buff. No, forward, riposte. Okay, so I actually don't have a buff. So there's no bonus for being on this side, other than the fact that you need to be in this category to use this skill. So now I can use Lunge, which requires to be here. So Lunge only works in this space. Also, it looks like if you don't do anything, your character will automatically start sliding back to center, which is interesting. Anyway, let's keep going and get a little further. Okay, so now we're going to go into this next category. Let's go into red. Okay, so now I'm in red. Extremely forward, increased threat, and mischance. Oh, so going too far from center is bad. So you want to stay close to the center, and I stunned myself. Okay, so if you go to the edge, it looks like you get stunned. So it's the opposite of the Runekeeper. Okay, and then I got Step Back, which is like a buff. So you kind of have to mix in a lot of these skills. Oh, wait, this one is a reset. Okay, so I don't want to use that. Is it the same thing when I go to the left? Get to the left here. I don't have a lot of left moving skills. Okay, so now I have Aftward, which reduces incoming damage. Okay, so going left seems to be pretty good, and going right seems bad. Which is weird, because every time you go to like you're not enabling your skills, but going to the left gives you a defense buff, but going to the right gives you a threat debuff. Sorry, it's aft. Yeah, fore and aft. There we go. Okay, so now I have, oh, minus run speed. Never mind, that's obviously bad. So again, I'm too far this way. Oh, I can disengage, and I got stunned. Okay, So that makes sense. So you want to keep your character balanced. So you're constantly going to be shifting between these different things. So I go like thrust into advanced, into blade shield, into riposte with, using the on guard into my thrust again. And then I step back after thrusting, and then I thrust into the advance, into blade shield, into riposte. So we're kind of like, it's a bit of a dance here. So you're constantly trying to recenter yourself and attack. And then now that I'm in this section, I can do the lunge. Then I can attack, step back. There we go. Oh, and after you do a finisher, it gives you access to recenter. So you're going to have to use recenter fairly regularly. Okay, this makes sense. So you want to be going back and forth. I don't have a way to go left yet, so I'll have to figure that out. Oh, also, I can't use on guard because I'm too far to the right, which attunes to the center. So I can use lunge, and then it allows me to use recenter, which moves me 20 back to the middle. So you want to be using recenter fairly regularly, if that makes sense. So after a finisher, you really want to recenter, unless you have some other type of combo. Okay, that seems cool. Again, I'm kind of breaking down it from the base perspective of, like, how does it feel to actually, like, quest with this character. In terms of the actual endgame, the balance, and the best way to play it, that's going to take a lot of time. And for right now, I'm kind of just looking at some of the baseline examples of this type of character. So I think since this character, I'm currently by myself, I don't really have a team, it makes most sense to go into Spec 2, the kind of the DPS spec. I love the look of this. Look at the art. I know that a lot of people don't care too much about the art, but I love the sail in the background here, the way it's the different colors. It kind of like feels almost like I'm looking at like a map. I like this. Okay, so I'm going to take a look. We're going to go into each of the trees one by one and kind of examine what they do and what other effects they have, because this is interesting. So Shanty Collar, we know this is a buffer or debuffer, so let's see what we've got here. Firm Footing, which gives you steady movement speed. Okay, so while you're in the center, you get extra movement speed. Interesting. You're able to better benefit from the positive effects of changing balance states. Oh, so it gives you better durations. Okay, so the when you move to this section, like there's the side chunks here. I don't know what you call these, but like I guess stage 1 of each side. So when you get your first stage, you can get extended durations. I like that. And a motivating song, a simple tune motivating your allies, improving and restoring their morale. This is not stacked with Motivate. Oh, this is Motivate from Captain. So this allows you to give everybody morale. So basically what it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like Mariner is an easy stand-in for a red captain. That's the DPS buffing captain. They have the Inspire, they have the Flag, they have not Motivate, like some of the other abilities, and they have the Inspire. But also, you can be a stand-in possibly for a Lore Master or a Burglar, depending. We're gonna look over what some of this stuff does, and we'll take a gander. Something that I have been harping on about for years, like literally years, is redundancy. And it is one of the most frustrating parts about this entire video game, which is that it's raid night. Okay, it's raid night and it's awesome. And you're gonna raid, you're getting ready, you guys have been trying really hard, you've been practicing, and then you're coming up to the final boss. It's going good. And tonight's the night you're gonna clear that raid. And 10 minutes before the raid, ring ring, who's that on the phone? It's the Lore Master. And he ate like way too much Taco Bell and he's on the toilet. Can't come to raid. There's nothing he can do. Bring the computer in, doesn't work. It's just he's currently very sick. Can't make it. Well, what do? No one else in the guild has a Lore Master, because you only have one Lore Master, because you can only bring one to raid. Lore Masters can't DPS at the moment. They can only really support. Well, you just kind of cancel the raid unless you know somebody else who has a Lore Master. But with this, you could go, somebody goes, well, I could bring my Mariner, and I could shove him in here. Or if the red captain cancels, I got a Mariner. I don't have a captain, but I got a Mariner. And it can fill that role. I really like the redundancy here. I think that's very, very good. And I'm very excited to see this type of redundancy being added to the game. Because for some, it might seem kind of lame to see an ability that literally says, this doesn't stack with the other ability from another class that's the same. From my perspective, having the ability for a role to be filled by multiple classes means that, it's like we don't have one tank class, So how come Lore Master is the only one that can do a Lore Master's job, or Red Captain's the only person that can do a Red Captain's job? It's kind of silly. So I like this. I'm already right now. I'm already very excited for this class. So let's keep going. Stormy seas. You're able to remain unbalanced states for longer. Okay, cool. So this gives you some grace period before you get stunned. Interesting. I wonder if that would be relevant. In heartening songs, your shanties rise above the din of battle, restoring some morale over time. Oh, cool. So your shanties will heal people. I don't have the shanties yet. I can probably level myself up maybe to 20 here. See if I could get some new spells. Maybe get a shanty. So I'm going to put myself up to 20, see if I get a shanty. I have Aggressive Strike, Salt Cure, Sail to Buckland, and Sea Legs. Okay, so Sea Legs is your self-cure. Sail to Buckland. I like that the sailing skills. That's fun. Salt Cure. Strike with the... with the strike of your salted blade, remove corruption. Okay, so you have corruption removal. And Aggressive Strike. Strike at your opponent's weapon, disrupting their motion. I'm not sure if the shanties come from something else, but I don't have a shanty ability yet. So maybe that comes later. I'm not sure. Unless this counts as a shanty ability, but I don't know. It's like green. So cool. Next, we have Cleansing Salts. Your blade not only cleanses corruptions, but admonishes enemies. So this is the Salt. Chance to increase target's incoming damage when removing corruption. Oh, cool. So this means that if you are the person who removes a corruption properly with this skill, then it increases the amount of damage that someone takes. I like that. It incentivizes removing corruptions. This also teaches players, and this is one of the most things I think is most important, is teaching players how to play the game. One of the problems that you run into is you will actually play at the level cap 140, and you'll have players who will join a group for the first time, maybe they'll join a raid, and they don't even understand how corruptions work because they've never had to remove them through the whole game, because the game doesn't teach you that. It just says remove corruption. You don't even really know what that is. But having a button that says, by the way, did you know you can get extra damage when you remove a corruption? That's like that extra little incentive for someone to go, oh, I should really learn what this is because I can get more damage. Because more damage is just like, that makes the monkey brain go good. You get happy about that. So I like that. Shrug aside blows. Step back more confidently, reducing damage as you do so. Okay, so this makes step back give you a better buff. Okay. Oh, disengage gains a heal, and this is disengage. Cool. Okay, this is exciting. Light of Spirit. This gives you extra healing. Nice. It's a good passive. The South Wind. So this grants access to the South Wind. So you can already get the actually, you know what? I'm gonna respec here, and we're gonna go into the shanty color just so I can see that. Dramatic Flourish. So this is not a shanty. So again, I don't know where the shanties are, but yeah. Oh, this just straight up, whenever you press this, it gives everyone 25% crit chance for 3 seconds. That's awesome. That's so good. Oh my god. Anyway, so we have the South Wind. So you already get your shanties resonate with wind. What are shanties? This character doesn't have any shanties. I am confused. Maybe the West Wind is the shanty? I'm not sure. Because it says sing to West Wind. So maybe that is a shanty. Which gives people damage. And then you have the, what's this wind? The South Wind, which is possibly the other shanty. Sing to the South Wind, which helps you move faster. So you have move speed wind, and then you have the West Wind, which is the damage wind. Okay. The Frigid North Wind. The North Wind gnaws at your foes, reducing their critical chance. Okay. Interesting. And Keen Sight gives you steady critical chance. Oh, your Keen Sight further improves your steady balance bonus chance to critically hit. Oh, cool. So again, while you stay balanced, you get more bonuses. So it looks like the Shanty Caller really wants you to be more balanced in the center, which is interesting. Relaxing Wind. The winds are ever your allies at sea. Calling to any of the winds will restore some of your morale. Oh, cool. So if I call to one of these wind skills, it actually heals you. Oh, nice. So you have like some self-healing as like a cooldown. That's helpful. And you can increase the duration of your winds. You're always going to want that. So this is just making your buffs last longer. Marked foes and bloodied foes. Grants access to marked foes, which marks and increases the damage they take. So make a forceful cut across enemies before you, increasing damage they take from all sources. This does not stack with Telling Mark. Okay, so Telling Mark is basically you mark an enemy, and they take 5% extra damage forever. This is temporary, which means you can... It only has a 66% uptime, so it's not as good on one target, but it's frontal cleave. So which is actually, this is very interesting. For, like, if there's a bunch of ads that spawn and you need to cook them on down, you can bring in the Shanty Caller instead of a red captain, hit him with Breaking the Thangorodrim, which then applies a debuff to all enemies in front of you, then hit him with the Marked Foes. Now all enemies are taking 15% bonus damage taken, on top of the enemies also having more, like the single target taking more damage, like the whatever main target you have. And it looks like a lot of their attacks are very short duration. So you have stuff like the Dramatic Flourish, which is a huge buff for 3 seconds, where you can get crazy AoE burst out. So this is kind of interesting. I like this. I like the way this is kind of the same, but not. Shanty cooldowns. Cool. And then the capstone abilities. What do we got? We have Booming Voice. Your shanties further enhearten your allies. Okay. And Guided by the Stars. The stars, Erendel chief among them, are stoic reminders of your direction and purpose. Sing a tale to the stars, reminding you and your allies of your direction and purpose. So this is one of your shanties, I assume. Crit defense, finesse, and incoming healing. This is kind of interesting because it's like a big bag of everything. I like this conceptually as like a big buff because this grants you not just offensive bonuses, so finesse, which is your ability to bypass defense, and also crit chance. But the crit defense and incoming healing is also interesting. It means you can use this as both an offensive and a defensive tool. So you have to think about when you want to use it. Now, knowing video gamers, no one is using this defensively, and you're always using this offensively, which is kind of the flaw of how this ability works. So if you're in a serious raiding guild, you will be pressing this when you are in damage phases. But that's a huge healing buff, and honestly, imagine a fight where there's a lot of outgoing damage. There are lots of situations. An easy example I can think of is in the previous expansion, the raid Fall of Khazad-dûm. In the final section, there's crazy outgoing damage where you need constant healing on the entire raid because there's basically this like upticking damage buff. This is an amazing stabilizer. Everyone heals for 25% more for 20 seconds. Super good. So there's some flexibility. Overall, how do I compare Shanty Caller to something else? So like this is a 1-to-1 with Red Captain. It is shorter duration, shorter everything, but high intensity. And I don't know, it feels flexible. It feels cool. Now, there's like no healing in here, but the thing is, they stripped all the healing out of Red Captain anyway, so I don't really care too much about that. All right, this looks cool. Sick. All right, let's take a look at red then. So damage. So this one's going to be a lot easier to evaluate because this is damage. Let's see what damage does. How does it play? 4 state buff. So this gives you more damage when you're at the 4. Your bleeds last longer. That makes sense. Tier 1 bleeds last longer. That's kind of cool. It means everyone gets a little bit more damage. The reason why I think the stuff like this is really good is it'll be really easy access for a yellow or a blue to get access to. Sharpened blades, you do more damage. And positional damage. You are most comfortable in fighting an ally fairly face-to-face. For Mariner, positional is achieved by being in front of an enemy. So, I actually think this is a very good ability. Now, not for the reason you're thinking, because you might think to yourself, but don't you not want to be in front of the enemy? Here's the thing. I play computer games. And as a computer game player, everybody that doesn't seriously raid or seriously participate in endgame content fights in front of the boss. You have a raid group, and the number of times when I like just do a pug tank on a dungeon or a raid, there's always like a champion who's standing right on the tank who's like, let's go. I want to fight melee combat. So not just good for solo, but also for people who aren't good at positioning, this is great. I don't think you want to encourage people fighting the boss from the front, but in a very paradoxical way, I think this is very funny. They should probably delete this, though. Anyway, let's move on. Tempered Steel. Crit. Nice. Okay, that's good. Everybody's taking that. But yeah, this is just really funny. So, and for the record, if you're like, oh, will this ever be useful? Every single raid boss, not every single raid boss, but for the most part, Yes, every raid boss, at least in the most recent raid that came out, has frontal, and every raid boss from the last raid has frontal. So you can't stand in front of the boss pretty much at any point. Also, you lose the ability to, bosses and monsters can parry you and block you from the front when they can't from the back. I think they can parry you from the back, but they can't block you from the back. So this is just not good. Where is this useful? Solo play and in PvP. In PvP, this is good. Maybe they shouldn't remove this. I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. I think this ability is fine because to move up the tree, you don't have to take this. This shit is amazing. This is really good. This is really good. So you don't have to take this. You know what? This is fine. I like it. Very interesting. And my favorite part is someone's going to take this and try to raid and learn very, very quickly that you don't take this. Salt Sea Blade. Strike with the strike of your salted blade, weaken your opponent's armor. Ooh, armor reduction. Cool. This is also low enough that every mariner will be able to apply this debuff. So that's kind of cool. I like that. It's a 100% uptime. What is this? This is like Rend from Champion? I guess Rend's AoE. That's kind of cool. I like that. Dodge. Cool. Enables further use of disengage. Disengage further improves your run speed. And riposte deals more damage and has improved critical chance. Oh, dodge lets you disengage right away. Interesting. So you don't have to be properly attuned. You just press this and it lets you disengage. I like that. This is a good get out of jail free card. Fantastic. Step back. Increases the amount that step back and check step shift your balance afterward. Also great. See, this is what I was wondering. I wasn't sure how to get aft. Everything makes me go 4. But with step back, you can actually get it to make you go more aft, so you don't need to press recenter as often. I like that. Attacker's advantage. Thrust causes a bleed. Slashing blade. Advance has a shorter cooldown. Stuff like this is good. Advance becomes sweeping advance. Oh, so it lets advance be a AoE. You're always taking that, by the way. Balance techniques increased the damage of your afterward skills. That makes sense. Biting North Wind. So I don't have North Wind yet, so I'll have to see what North Wind does by leveling up a little bit more. But it adds damage. Increases dot damage. Straightforward. Compound attack is a triple. 100% lunge applies a bleed. Oh, and it forces lunge to apply a bleed. So you compound attack into lunge. Where's lunge? Lunge is your finisher. So compound attack into lunge. I don't know how you reduce the cooldown. I guess you have to choose what you want to lunge. Because advance... finishers deal increased damage. So if you thrust, advance, lunge versus compound attack, lunge, you're gonna get different skills. Okay, that's interesting. Conclusive strikes. Your swordplay finishers deal more damage. On every swordplay critical hit, 1% swordplay skills damage and finisher damage. Oh, that's kind of cool. So whenever you critically hit, it increases your swordplay damage and your finisher damage. So it's basically like you're ramping up. So when you start a combat, your damage is lower, but once you start critically hitting, you're getting better. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to guarantee a crit on a skill, sort of like a burglar's aim or something, to kind of work with that. Every encounter is a learning process. When you land a critical hit, your swordplay damage is increased for a short time afterwards. Test defenses buff potency. Huh. I have no idea. Double time. Oh, it's a shanty. It's the first one that says shanty. None of these other things say shanty on them. So, interesting. Steady forward becomes a short duration skill, which increases your forward balance, melee damage, and run speed. So gain increasing forward pips and increased damage every second. Interesting. So this is forcing you to the right. Okay, very cool. And confident lunges. With your full weight behind them, your lunges apply additional bleeds. So that's flesh and lunge apply bleeds. So you have lunge and then you have flesh, which is your second finisher, which you get here. I don't know if you actually get more finishers, but we'll see. Because the main problem is currently disengage is, the only other finisher you have. So kind of cool. I will be taking the time to actually look at how all the skills look as well, the visuals. But so far, this is quite interesting. I like the stuff. So Shanty is a recurring buff. No, Shanty is just like a song. It's just like a skill. Oh, this is it's a toggle. So you toggle this on, and it's a permanent effect. So you're constantly getting shoved to the right, and you gain more damage, which means you probably have to counterbalance that by using stuff like step back and disengage a little bit more regularly. Which is actually kind of interesting because it means that with double time going, you can add in more defensive layers by always having stuff like disengage, activate, active all the time, blade shield active all the time, step back active all the time. That's kind of cool. All right, so last but not least, we have the Rover. So the Rover is, as I said, like a debuffing tree. It gives you the Thrum of the Sea and the Draining Strike. Draining Strike is an attack. This is a finisher. Okay, so Draining Strike is another finisher, so it can go along with Lunge. So you can have Lunge and Draining Strike, which is interesting. And then Thrum of the Sea, which is a crowd control ability. I'm just going to drink some water real quick because I need some water. There's a lot of talking here. This is interesting. Okay. Throw Bolas. Throw a Bolas, entangling their legs. Cool. And wait a minute. Is this a route in tier 1 for everybody? That's crazy. This is herb lore, but for all lore masters get herb lore, I guess. So you have to pay for this one. Do all lore masters get herb lore? I don't remember. That's really good. And this doesn't have a cast time. And you can use it while moving. Cool. I'm just thinking of herb lore because in our most recent raid, this was on Sunday, I think. Not our most recent. I went on Sunday. We clutched out a win against the second boss, Kesselin Obishers, because the Lore Master, seconds before death, hit all of the ads with a herb lore that locked him down for the rest of the fight, allowing us to finish. So, very cool. Natural Explorer for some fate, sure. Shocking counterattack. Gain a chance to stun your enemies when following a riposte with advance. So you use riposte. Which one's riposte? This one? So riposte with advance. Oh, so it gives it a chance to stun. This makes it 100% chance to stun. Got it. And then Spitting Spirits. Grant access to Breath of Fire, which becomes Breath of Ice when afterward. Oh, cool. So this changes. So this does fire damage or cold damage, depending on the type, whether you're fore or aft. Very cool. I don't know if this is good, but that honestly just sounds conceptually interesting. So I like that. Rare ingredients. Rare plants improve the quality of your spirits, helping them to better fortify you and your allies. So Belly of Brine becomes Cleansing Spirits, a targeted skill, and it gives you additional diseases cleansed. So that's Belly of Brine. And then also this becomes a full raid-wide AoE at some point here with the rare herbs. So sick. Thrown or animal. Oh, throw object. Oh, there's a throw object ability. Okay, it's just a ranged attack. Whatever, no big deal. Outgoing healing. More healing. Interesting. I don't even know there was healing. Fighting smarter. You make the most of any moment on your back foot. Temporary damage reduction from aftward balance. Okay, so that increases your left. So this tree is going left, this tree is going right, and this tree is staying balanced. Okay, cool. I understand now. Passive for defense. Good job. What armor do I wear? I am a medium armor class. Okay, interesting. Medium armor. I'm assuming it's a dex class because all medium armor is agility. Fizz mastery, crit, parry, evade. Fizz, crit, parry, evade. Can you use might or agility? Weird. Many hands. Shanties help synchronize the movements of your allies, making hard work feel easier. So shanties are mana, so they heal mana. So I guess that's some of your wind attacks. I'm gonna level up more and get some shanties, I think. Strong arms. Your throwing arm is practiced at launching pots and other projectiles further, so you get better throwing range. Okay. I don't have any thrown skills yet, so I should probably go check them. So we're gonna go up to 30 now, I think, and see if I can get a couple more skills. Oh, shanty. Steady 4. Gain forward pips over time. Gain aftward pips over time. Steady aft. Oh. Oh, so this gives you passives. And this is the North Wind. Call upon the North Wind upon your foes. So this is an AoE cold skill. Oh, I see here. Okay, so basically, you can choose whether you want this to push you more to the fore or push you more to the aft. And there's probably some balance here. For example, if you're running the, whether you want to be more offensive, defensive, maybe for running red line, which is you're already going to be using a lot of fore skills. You want to have actually steady aft, so that way it's always pulling you back, so you're not overloading too much. Or maybe you want to have more force so you can constantly spam recenter. All this is very interesting. Okay, that's kind of cool. I still don't have, and I guess these are the shanties. It says gain 4 pips when you use shanties. What? I don't, so this is the thing I don't understand. Shanties help synchronize your allies to make it. Chance for shanties to restore power. These are the only 2 shanties. So maybe I need to level up a little bit more to get shanties. Let's go to 40. Okay, we have Fizzling Rocks, which is a AoE interrupt. Okay, it's a frontal cleave interrupt, which I've never seen before. A sailing skill. And toss a bottle. Oh, you can heal somebody on a minute cooldown. So, I'm gonna hit Hella Mariner. Huh. Oh! I love that. I love the sound effect. I love the visual. Fantastic. That's great. Yeah, I'm really not sure I understand how the shanties restore power, but we'll figure that out when we get there, maybe. Because, like, Caustic Brew is not a shanty. That's not a shanty. That's not a shanty. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the shanty mechanic. We'll get there. D&T Fear. There's a fear. Cool. Coordinated movement. After step back or check step, disengage heals your fellowship. Cool. That's sick. You have, like, you can heal people by using step back, disengage, and it heals everyone. So, and it also gives you a defensive buff. All right. Oh, sorry. Yarr. Volatile salts. A vial of salts, which will explode in a flash when broken. Okay, so this is Bane Flare. Cool. And then we had Strong Arms with the Throne skills, which also gives you Care Flame. Sometimes circumstances demand a precise throw. Throne skills become ground targeted. Oh, sick. So Toss a Bottle, which is a throw, would become an AoE heal if you use this. Cool. Interesting. Enervating Counter. After anticipation, surprising your enemies with a riposte will increase damage they take for a short time. Okay. We have Masterful Disarm. So you have the disarm skill Debilitating Strike, which reduces the amount of damage because it says it makes it so monsters only deal 15% of their total damage. Debilitating Strike disarms your target when it is used after advance. Subsequent ranks reduce Debilitating Strike's cooldown. Okay, so you have a shorter cooldown on Debilitating Strike. I guess this is also a finisher. Swordplay. Oh no, this is not a finisher. Lunge reduces your target's critical chance. Okay, so wait, how do you do this? It is advance. Where's, oh, lunge. So you use, so it's thrust into advance, into Debilitating Strike, into lunge, and it applies an extra debuff. Okay, got it. I get it. And then Traveler. Your experience traveling has made you adept at regaining your balance, and it gives you a button, a 3-minute cooldown, which heals you, gives you better movement speed, attunes you back to the center. Okay, so this is just a big self cooldown. I guess that makes sense. And Watched Pot. Watching a pot boil has never made it boil faster, but focusing on swordplay in the meantime makes the time pass more quickly. Every swordplay critical hit, Haversack skills cooldown. Okay, I don't have any Haversack skills. Rummage. And Sludge Pot. Sludge Pot, it looks like skill type Haversack. Oh, I have Haversack skills. Oh, these are all the Haversack skills. Shanty Calling. Oh, okay. So North Wind is a shanty. So the North, if I have this, when I use North Wind, it'll heal my allies that are nearby me. Okay, I'm starting to understand because the skills are categorized. This makes a lot more sense now. Okay. And I have Rummage and Sludge Pot. Sludge Pot. I need a target. What does rummage do? You never know if forgotten treasures have been left at the bottom of your pockets. Rummage in your pocket for what may turn up objects. See what your pockets can turn up. Okay, so I rummage. Now I have, wow, a stone. And it stuns for a cooldown of a minute. Interesting. Oh, and it's gone. Oh, my rummage lasts for 10 seconds. And I found a throwing knife. Throwing knife does some damage and a bleed. Okay. Rummage. I got throwing knife again. Okay, so this skill, you tap it, and then if you like what you get, you use it. If you don't like what you get, you go back to doing what else you do, and you kind of rummage every once in a while. And what this is saying is, once after you use a skill, so obviously let's click rummage, and I get throwing knife, it has a minute cooldown. This, every time I get a crit, it reduces the cooldown of my rummage. So I can rummage more often. Interesting. That's kind of neat. Apparently I'm just getting knife every time. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Let's go to 85. I get one new skill, which is Sail to Lothlorien. Okay, so it looks like I'm not getting any new skills after this. I'm level 140 now. Okay, that is in fact all of the skills. So I did not gain any new skills after that. So this character also doesn't seem to have a lot of different skills. Not as many skills as other classes. That being said, I actually don't think it's a problem because it seems like the loop of what you're supposed to do is a little bit more more dense, if that makes sense. So that's pretty cool. I should really go do something, huh? Instead of just like standing here gawking at the character. So let's do that. Let's actually do something. Before I do that, though, I am going to quickly just go get some water and use the washroom. But yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm also surprised. But I think it's because the gameplay will be probably pretty dense with the left and right of this. So we'll probably see how that... Yeah, buff type, Shanty. Look at that. It even says Shanty on it. So you can tell. Okay, I didn't notice that before. And a lot of this, like, travel skill, travel skill, travel skill. That's a travel skill. That's a travel skill. So I really don't have that many buttons. This is an interrupt. Fizzling rocks. This is one of the most interesting skills. Because it's an AoE interrupt. I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool. And then you have your builders and then your finishers. Oh, man. Because you have a lot of skills you're constantly accessing. So that's kind of cool. Check that clip. I will check it in a bit. I'm kind of in the middle of a thing, but maybe later. Thanks, Cozy. I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Oh, I'm a rogue. Oh, so thank you so much for getting a sub to Cozy Bean. It's very kind of you. Well, okay, so let's take a look at how the character actually feels just for a little bit. Taking a look at some of these pieces. Hey, look, it's Captain Jack. So one of the complicated parts about this is actually it's going to be difficult to really build a rotation and really build an understanding of the character. So we're going to have to look at this like one step at a time to really understand what is going on. I'm a captain player, so I'm going to start with the shanty caller. But before we start working at the shanty caller, I just want to understand how the skills generally are going to be feeling with just like the baseline, right? So I don't have the actual the tree or anything going on. This is just the baseline. So presumably you want to be, let's pretend I'm a DPS character right now. We got the steady 4, so I'm getting forward pips all the time. So it's always constantly pushing itself this way. I have the aggressive, aggressive strike. So, aggressive strike is a fast skill. So I'm gonna figure this out. We've got thrust, which is for it's hard. It's just hard for my brain to wrap itself around. So advance is a sword play skill that gets a bonus when you use something else. So advance is not something that gets a bonus. So it's advance is not going to give me a bonus on itself. It's either going to be riposte and then advance, or thrust and then advance. So hit and then advance, and then I can do something else and then advance again, or whatever it is I want to do. So that makes sense. You're also going to have step back as well as blade shield. Step back, I'm assuming, is probably going to be a little bit more useful because it's very quick and the animation is fast before I end up using like a finisher or a lunge. Also, you have to recenter yourself. I have a feeling you're going to be using that one a lot because I just hit the cap on this one real fast. Because even with like step back, I feel like I'm still moving that way really fast. That's crazy. We've also got the sludge pot here, which is fast. That's actually way faster than I would have thought in terms of the animation. Also, I didn't realize that they were going to be like 2-weapon fighters. So that's interesting. It looks like they have like just like a parrying dagger in their offhand as opposed to like a real dagger, because you're only making attacks with just the one weapon. It also occurred to me I didn't look over what the actual attacks look like. So let's see what we got. The interrupt has no animation. That's advance. We have what is this? This is thrust. Thrust. We have riposte. You have aggressive strike. Kind of cool. I like the combinations of the swordplay elements and the way the character ends up looking. So that one's pretty cool. I don't think I can heal myself with the bottle. Yeah, you can! Okay. So toss a bottle allows you to drink it. So you can just drink the bottle to heal yourself. Interesting. Okay. So that's interesting. I did not realize that. Let's check out the north wind here. That was like instantaneous. That makes sense why this is a shanty, because that was literally like instantaneously I used the north wind. So that's very cool. And then we have the interrupt here. And then of course, if I was to rummage, I got a salt, which does light damage and stuns and moves you left. Okay, so rummage, you're going to want to be pressing like all the time, if I had to guess. Okay, so I go shift back so I can actually use my skills here. Okay, so I'm not far enough to the right. So how do I need to go, so, okay, swordplay. Can I have all these sword plays lined up? Okay, so you can only have one sword play going at a time. So if you're actually trying to use some of these abilities, you can't just like, I guess you can move yourself to the right quickly by spamming multiple skills. Why am I not moving far enough? I know it's like 1 a second, but even still, I feel like... I also don't have any other finisher skills like setups. It's just like advance. As far as I can tell, advance is the only thing that buffs this. It says finishers deal increased damage. Debilitating strike disarms your target. Oh, you use advance and then debilitating strike. Oh, I have aggressive strike. Oh, advance, debilitating strike, dramatic flourish. Oh, because this depends on your skill that you have, right? So dramatic flourish is one of the finishers, debilitating strike is one of the finishers, and then everyone gets aggressive strike. But this doesn't feed into aggressive strike, and neither does this one. So what feeds into aggressive strike? Riposte, step back, thrust, anticipation. Okay, so this looks like this is just something on its own. God. I need like I'm gonna have to make a chart of what skills feed into what. Which is gonna take some time to actually like sort out. All right. So let's actually get some extra skills. So you know what? For the simplicity's sake, we're just gonna start with the damage. So we'll get some extra damage skills in here. So we have Sea Salt Blade, which is an extra damage skill. It looks like this is just a skill you're gonna want to use constantly. So we'll grab extra bleed duration. That sounds good. We'll grab the I guess the 4-state buff, since the 4-state buff will last longer. Melee crit, you're always gonna want melee crit. Grab this skill here. Makes it so advanced applies a bleed. Also, advanced becomes sweeping advance, so there's a frontal cleave bleed now. North Wind does more damage. I mean, that sounds like it has to be good. This makes it so that check step and step back give you better pips. That sounds good. Aft skills damage also sounds good. So that's 25% to all my damage skills. Compound attack seems like it's a really good opener. Conclusive strike seems busted. I don't know if you want Shanty 4 with haste, because I feel like that would be too much, but we'll see. And now I have Flesh and Lunge as well. And this is just odd damage. Okay. So now I gained 4 new skills. You have check step. So this used to be step back, now it's check step. Draw your opponent in with a quick step back before quickly making an unexpected strike. So it's step back, but now it does damage. Disengage gains a heal. 4 skills deal greater damage. Riposte will enrage your target. Riposte will enrage your target. What? Skill from yellow? I have no idea, dude. Okay. Cut over. Make an aggressive cut. Did I get cut over? Where's cut over? Oh, you get cut over right away. Swordplay. Flesh applies a latent wound. Okay, so I want to use flesh. And then this is flesh, which requires 7 attunement. Okay. So I now have 4 with a haste, which is my new Shanty. Double time. Damn. Okay. So it gives you a buff, but it puts me over here. So that's going to need some practice to figure out how to work. Okay. So for all intents and purposes, I think I'm going to start with the steady aft, and I'm just going to sort out how this character feels to play. This is 100% going to be something that will make a lot more sense to you if you level with it. This is what I'm learning. Okay, also, something I'm learning. So we have the cutover and then flesh. Yo! I have a dash? Oh! That's so cool. There are no movement skills in this game. Okay, interesting. There's a dash now. Okay. Step back. So step back allows disengage to be used. So this allows disengage to be used? No, disengage gains a heal. How do I get disengage? I'm not sure how you use disengage, because it says it requires 7+. So you need a way to use disengage. Wasn't there something in here that just says you can use disengage? I remember there's something here that said, like, you can use disengage. Maybe I can search it? Disengage? Nope, that doesn't work. It says requires recenter on the skill. Oh, enables it enables recenter. Recenter is what brings you to the center. But I should be able to just like, so use my finisher, recenter, but I still can't use disengage because I can't get far enough to the side. I remember reading something that lets you use disengage. Is it dodge? Oh, it's dodge that lets you use disengage. Is this one. So dodge enables the use of disengage. Disengage further improves your run speed. Riposte deals more damage and has improved critical chance. So I can use dodge into disengage. Well, or dodge into backstep into disengage. All right. All right, I got this. I got this. I understand. I understand what we're talking about here. Yeah, this is definitely a more interesting system than I was originally thinking that they were going to do. I don't even know what this does. Feint. Swordplay. Dodge restores morale. Cut over becomes AoE. Compound attack is increased critical chance. Okay. 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 Feint. So we feint into making this. You feint, and then compound attack is increased critical chance, and this is compound attack. And then you compound attack into lunge, and then you can use... Okay, so I'm just going to try to build a set of skills here to make sure I understand. I can use feint, which will then enable the use of compound attack, which reduces my lunge cooldown. Interesting. I didn't know that had that. I guess that's just on that ability on combination attack or whatever, compound attack, to reduce the cooldown of lunge. So we go feint into compound attack. Oh, I have to replace my swordplay skill, unfortunately, because I lost that. Okay, so I wasn't too far. I wasn't far enough to the right side. Okay. But then afterwards, I can hit him with the blade shield into a riposte, into advance. And then we go step back, which riposte enrages target, but I don't have that. So what do I do? What's the filler? How do you fill here? Because I can do this, into this, into this. And then on guard into step back. I still can't get access to disengage. It's too hard. I don't know how to get access to disengage. Also, I'm not using flesh. It's too many buttons all at the same time. Oh my god. It's very overwhelming to look at all of this to understand where everything is supposed to go and how you're supposed to build it out. It's one of the reasons why I usually like starting characters at lower level and leveling with them, so you get a good grasp of it. Damn, man, this is a lot to take in to understand the exact method in which you go about this. Also, it looks like your shanty shuts down when you're stunned, which is interesting. So yeah, it looks like you. Yeah, okay. Are streamers just saying random words? I am currently just saying random words. Absolutely. Oh man. What if there are people that have actually figured out how to play Mariner? We have Mariner, who is just like me. They're testing out the skills. We got a couple other people who looks like they're also kind of manning around. It's basically the hit points is what you want to look at. Yeah, they're just like kind of testing out the skills. Ooh, they're a third marshal. Big forward has to be the way. Yeah. Do you think I know how to marinate? You might know how to marinate, but I do not. Okay, so there's got to be like a skill priority here of something that is like more impactful or less impactful. So what I can tell is that this character is a very high APM class. So this is not a character that you're going to be playing with a low APM where you're just attacking a little bit or like where you're using a skill and kind of waiting for stuff to happen. Everything has the label of fast skill, so it's like you're always going to be constantly going and constantly running. So what are your kind of combo routes here? So sweeping advance makes it so finishers deal increased damage. So you don't have to use sweeping advance and then lunge. You can use sweeping advance and then flesh, which is your other finisher. What are my finishers? I have the haversack skills. We have shanty calling, sword play. Okay, so the finishers are in the sword play skill line. Okay, okay. So flesh is a finisher, so a sword play finisher. Disengage is a finisher. And do I have anything else? So these are my 2 finishers. One is a 15-second cooldown, and one is a 20-second cooldown. The only way to reduce it is with Compound Attack. Compound Attack reduces the cooldown of Lunge by 2 seconds. Nothing else does that. So in between finishers, I have to do something else because I don't have any other finishers. I don't think there's any other finisher skills in here either. You know, I got Motivating Song, Stormy Seas, Cleansing Salts. I got, you know, more wind effects, which are kind of good. Different sea shanties. But I don't have any other finishers, per se. Yeah, and these aren't finishers. And that's Debilitating Strike, or Aggressive Strike. I guess it becomes Debilitating Strike. Okay, so I have no more finisher skills. I should get Dodge, though. So I just got the skill Dodge. So let's go get it. Which I believe... Dodge. On guard. Oh, I didn't apply. Okay. So I have Dodge. So Dodge, in theory, allows me access to... It says allows access to disengage. So I just press Dodge, and now I can disengage whenever I want. So this allows me to get access to disengage. I think disengage improves your run speed. So you can use Dodge, I believe Dodge into step back into disengage if I want to move my thing to the left as opposed to the right. So I'm just going to see if that works. So I can Dodge into step back. Oh, I need to have a target because this is an attack now. Okay. And you also have a cooldown on a finisher, which says a finisher has been used. Okay, so you basically need a Dodge into your rotation here. So I'm going to try this here. So I'm going to get the dummy again. Kind of understanding this. Also, I never use these blue skills, and I don't know when you're supposed to do them. At most 6 left. Okay, so On Guard is a skill you're supposed to use while you're on the right side. And so is Blade Shield. Riposte deals more damage, has improved critical chance. Step back reduces incoming damage. Okay. So let's pretend I know what I'm doing. So I'm going to use Feint into Compound Attack. Then I use Thrust into Sweeping Advance. Oh, I'm already lost. I'm already like stuck because I don't have Lunge. Okay, that's not good. I'm also not far enough over to the side. Oh, God. So we cut over. We flesh. You get the dodge, which activates a thing into check step, into disengage. Not a correct attunement level. Okay, so there is a limit on your attunement level. So even if I use dodge and it says I can use it. Is this being overwritten? I think if I use check step, it won't let me use disengage. So let me see. Oh, it does overwrite it. Yeah. So the dodge, which allows me to use disengage, check step overwrites it. So dodge makes it so riposte deals more damage. So, and it's this skill here. So you basically have like a flow, which is what I can understand. So you're not always using sweeping advance. You're not always using compound attack. In fact, none of these things really work into compound attack. So to make sure I understand this, compound attack, I just want to use it whenever it's active, and I want to be making sure I'm stuck on the sort of the right side. But I can dodge into riposte here. I can attack into lunge again. I can do this. I can get the blade shield right here, which makes my riposte do more damage. So I can this into the riposte, into the lunge. I go grab myself a compound attack. Okay, so I'm also going way too far into the left, which is very confusing to me because I'm only trying to go to the right. So I'm not sure how I'm going to the left here. So we go the hasty shanty. Okay, this is fucking with my brain. Okay, that's not good. I got stunned. Not use right click / send a tell in DDO unless you are in the instance. Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Give me a second. I need time to like process everything that I'm seeing. I have no idea how people can just like log into a new class and like figure out a rotation very quickly. Because right now I just don't see the flow. I don't see the flow of this character. I know there is a flow here, but I get like kind of stuck. Maybe I'll try it without any of these like directional things, just so I can feel the balance of how it's supposed to go. Because I think in combat your balance doesn't change unless you have those on, which looks accurate. It looks like in combat your balance will not shift unless you press a button that shifts your balance. So I'm going to try that and see if I can get that to work. Okay. Hello, training dummy. Let's understand the level of balance here. So I can always use feint into compound attack, which is pretty good. And then I can just go thrust into sweeping advance. Oh, I can also use north wind, which will attune me. So then I go ahead and I use lunge. After lunge, I want to get flesh going, so I use flesh. Then I am too far to the right, so I want to dodge away with disengage. Disengage barely did anything, which is not ideal. Because you want to constantly be entering into this section. So I can always use Blade Shield into Riposte as a skill. I can use Thrust into Sweeping Advance. I can use whatever this skill is called, Feint. Hit him with one of those. Hit him with one of these. Oh, I lost my... Okay, I did that again. I think I'm in the red again. Yeah, I'm in the red again. You basically need to recenter pretty regularly or have the steady aft going constantly. Okay, I'm starting to understand this. Oh, and I'm... Okay. Shit. Okay, okay. Oh, this is so hard. Okay, so you kind of need to recenter a lot. So you want to recenter after using like a combo move as regularly as you can. So I go with one of these, and then I do this, into recenter, and then I'm back at the start. So I can kind of use my combos again. Okay, this is feeling
Doing
pretty
4
good.
damage is going to take a while to kill the 500 million horsepower bosses, no?
No, it's not, actually. Thank you for asking. Okay, how do I get out of... I guess you disengage? I can't disengage because I'm not at the correct attunement level. How do you go... is it the cooldown on recenter? How do you... Maybe you can reduce the cooldown of recenter? I feel like my cooldown is too long.
How is Swordman's the boatman's with no boat?
This is... It's confusing. It's not bad, though. Stun enemies after using advance. Breath. The fate ability. How do you recenter? Because I find my character kind of gets stuck. I kind of get stuck always going to the right, even when I use the... Oh, right, because I have this, because I got stunned. Okay. So let's try this again. So this, into this. Okay, so lunge applies an additional bleed. So I want a compound attack into lunge or sweeping advance into flesh. This attack, cut over, makes it so flesh applies a latent wound. So I have to decide, well, there's always going to be a better case. It's either sweeping advance is better or cut over is better. One of these two is just strictly better. This makes it so I have 75% increased finisher skills and dramatic flourish critical magnitude. I don't have dramatic flourish. Or it's cut over, which makes flesh apply latent wound, but latent wound doesn't have text, so I don't know. But yeah, Swordman's with the basically all I can say here is I'm still working on trying to just like understand the text in front of my screen. This is very complicated. I have a feeling that once you get used to the kind of flow of it, it's not complicated at all. But for me, at least right now, I'm still learning it. Okay, I'm doing a lot of these skills wrong. Also, it looks like it doesn't actually dash you forward. It looks like it's just a visual glitch. This doesn't attune you to the left? Or it's not displaying the attunement. Interesting. They use dodge, which is supposed to attune 2 to the left. And it looks like this is supposed to attune 5 to the left. Okay, it does. I guess I'm just using other skills too fast. Wait, what does this do? And now it's a 26 damage bleed. So this bleed from flesh, the latent wound, is huge. Okay. Interesting. And check step attunes you to the left. 4 skills deal greater damage. Riposte will enrage your target. So riposte enrages target, which I don't think I can see enemy debuffs. So maybe it's under show. I gotta look this up. Show social options. Okay, so this should allow me to see every debuff on a target. Okay, so in theory, riposte will enrage your target. Riposte enrages target. What does enrage target mean? It just says enrage target. Is that like threat? Monk at this point with extra steps? No, this is way more complicated than Monk. Also, why am I going so far left? Oh, it's because I'm not doing anything. I'm always going to be sliding left, unless I do something. Okay. Right. I think my main problem right here is like I kind of get frazzled by like what skills I should actually be pressing, and also just even seeing the like some of the buttons here is complicated. Okay, it actually did move me that time. Okay, so then I can shove myself back to the center, which is good. Okay, all right. I'm picking it up. I'm starting to get it. I'm seeing the lines. Left skills on shift and right skills on control. That's a good idea. Okay, I'm starting to see the lines. Yeah. So you might be wondering, okay, why am I just sitting here attacking this dummy? The thing is, if I go out into the real world, I'm going to get Tyrannosaurus wrecked trying to fight actual monsters. I mean, I guess I could give it a shot and see how it goes, and see if I can actually fight some monsters for realsies. Because it does not take that long to gear on here, which is very, very nice. So we go here, and I talk to this lady. And, oh, these are the new traceries. Oh, that's fun. I just need, like, I don't have any money. Fuck. I gotta get money. Okay. I need money. So I can buy the things. So I can go get items for my character. Maybe I don't need legendary equipment. That might help me out a lot. So, like, because I know the legendary equipment is going to be powerful for increasing the power of your character, but, like, yeah. I'm, like, really struggling to understand what buttons to press. So I think I'm not at the point where I can use legendary equipment. So, hello, please give me some money. Okay, thank you for the money. Thank you. Okay, so let's find a vendor. Hello, I would like to browse the shop, please. Crap. Barter items. Do we have equipment? Offhand items? Nice. I need a lot of these embers. Okay. I kind of wish all the vendors that were here had like... Here we go. Grab this. I wish all the vendors had like cheaper costs for everything, which would be nice, but this is fine. Boom. 10,000 embers. Okay, so I need the deeds so I can actually unlock this stuff. So accept. Done. Give me the deeds. I'm not going to put on the best gear in the game Guess I'm not going to be filling my gear with essences. I just need gear that is at the level cap, so I can go fight monsters at the level cap and see how it feels to actually like fight things on the landscape, if that makes sense. And hopefully this will allow me to fully equip my character. Okay, so offhands. I believe I'm an agility class, so critical and finesse. And I believe I need a dagger. So I'm going to go here and grab a dagger. It's a might dagger. We'll grab an agility dagger. That sounds good. And then I need equipment. So I need armor. So let's go to the Vile Apothecary. Tier 3. There's armor. Okay, perfect. I have a helmet. I need a damage helmet. Is this the one? Okay, so that's damage helmet here. Tier 2 is the pants, so I need the damage pants. Damage pants. Oh, is it resolute trousers or the damage ones? I don't know, dude. Oh, okay. I have to put this in the offhand. Wait, can I dual wield? Can I put a sword in the offhand? No, it's dagger in the offhand only, right? Okay, so daggers go in the offhand. Okay, cool. So it's an offhand dagger class, which is like kind of cool. Resolute pauldrons, perfect. Give me resolute gauntlet. It is resolute gauntlet. Okay. So put that on. So I'm gonna have some gear. Sagaroth. No, Santlower, Thorsagar, Sagaroth. Yeah, Sagaroth. Boots, please. Yes, it's the resolute. And the resolute. Cool. That sounds good. I have most of my equipment set. What am I missing? What slots am I missing? I need a cloak and jewelry. Yeah, cloak and jewelry. Jewelry. Rings and bracelets and necklaces. Okay, great. Rings and bracelets. Let's just fill up these slots. Oh, these things are all essences, which is very annoying. At least I can buy them all from the one vendor. So fiery, I think, is the right set. So I need a fiery bracelet. I need a fiery bracelet. I need looking for the word fiery ring. And a fiery ring. And I need a fiery locket. And we're going to need a necklace. I need a fiery necklace. I apparently can't get this. Oh, I can get this. Fiery necklace. Okay. Almost everything. I just need the earrings, and then I'm all set. And then I can go check out what my character can do. Let me just go fight some stuff. Emanating fiery? Fiery sounds right, because that's what I bought for everything else. So we'll just grab fiery stuff. Reinforced fiery loop. Perfect. All right, fully equipped except a cloak. I don't think I need a cloak. All right, good enough. Let's go fight some monsters. I got 26% finesse. I got 20% crit. Perfect. Where do you fight monsters? In the video game. Shoot. What's the most recent endgame zone? Dude, it's been such a long time since I've actually played endgame. Did they add an endgame zone or is it a low level zone? I don't know. Let's go here. Let's just go to Grumachath. You've not discovered this destination. I know, that's why I want to instantly teleport there. Oh, shoot. It won't let me teleport to these locations? Post Gondor, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't think it's in the game yet. King's Gondor? Oh, King's Gondor? Oh, King's Gondor sounds right. Let's go to King's Gondor. Oh, no, I can't do that. Is it because I didn't... I can't go anywhere. So let me see here. Can I go here? It will not let me go to door. It won't let me go anywhere. I think it's because I didn't. Oh, it's refunding me. Hold on. Veteran. Okay, so I don't know why I can't go anywhere right now. I can't get to. I can't even leave this building. Shit. What do I do? I can do a dungeon. I have a discovery. Okay, cool. Let's go to Thorsigar. Tier 1. Okay. I can go into a dungeon. That'll let me get into fighting monsters and doing stuff. So I'm actually fighting monsters now. I don't like that it's covering my screen with things that I can't see what's going on. My damage is abysmal, and I am not doing nearly anything to these guys, and I'm about to die, and I'm dead. Okay. What is going wrong here? Oh god, I'm really struggling to understand this character. It's not even close. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, what am I doing? How do I play this? There's like a flow I'm just like not seeing. So I need to build up to go to the right. So these skills all build me up to the right. This skill, as far as I can tell, doesn't help me. So I'm just going to move this away. So I'm just going to remove this away because it's just confusing me right now. So I have thrust. So thrust into sweeping advance. Now I can also thrust into check step as well, but I need to move forward. I need to move 4. So we got to thrust into advance. We have to use riposte also into advance. I don't really want to do both of these into advance. So then what do I do if that's on cooldown? So I have feint, which allows me to increase compound attack. Compound attack gets increased critical chance, and dodge gains a heal. Okay, so make sure I understand. Let's just fight this troll here. Hello, troll. So I hit the monster, and I do the dodge. I do the feint into the extra critical chance, which is cool. I lunge, or no, I riposte into the lunge. I'm rooted, and I am so donezilla. All right, this is hard. Yellow Crayon, welcome to the stream team. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. I'm really struggling to wrap my head around this character. I'm continuing to try. I have not given up. But I am definitely, I would say I'm definitely struggling quite a bit. I find this is, I don't know why. It's just, there's something about it that is very hard for my brain to pick up on right now. Okay, step back, dodge. Okay, I can do that into this. Oh, I gotta do this into this, and I gotta prevent myself from getting stunned. Okay, I killed all these monsters. Okay, I'm really not sure what I did, but my god. That's a couple monsters dead. I'm really not sure what buttons I'm even pressing right now. So, like, I'm not spamming, but I am still grasping the flow. Can I stun this guy? I'm just stone dead. This troll is a little tough for little old me. Is there a way I can heal outside of combat? I have perks. Let's get heal outside of combat. That helps. Let me heal faster. Okay, good. Harumph. Okay. Also, I don't even know what my stats are. One of the problems with this stat squish is I'm not familiar with any of these numbers anymore, so I actually don't know how tankless my character... Okay, that explains why I'm taking a lot of damage. Oh, I don't have any virtues. I have no virtues whatsoever. I didn't spend all my points, which I'm aware of, but I also have no virtues. Whoops. Let me just fix that real quick. I'm just going to take all the defensive virtues so my character stops dying to everything that touches me. Okay. Innocence, fidelity, except from this guy. Hey, bud, give me your virtues. Loyalty. We're going to get a tolerance going here. And probably just going to grab a wit. Because that's pretty good. go. Oh, innocence. So it's already done. Okay, I already got them all. Perfect. So now I have like way more tactical mitigation and physical mitigation, so I'm taking a huge chunk less damage, which is good. Great. Just steps in Morgrave daily without reincarnating. Interesting. All right, let me go back into the dungeon. All right, let's see how this goes. Added a little bit more durability to my character. See if I can actually get something going. Also, I haven't been using rummage at all, which gives me a knife that I can throw. Okay. Okay, do this. Swipe into here. Okay, I can't use my skills, which is unfortunate. Sometimes my disengage just stops working. Why does disengage just stop going? I used dodge and then disengage wouldn't let me work. It says, oh, it requires 7 to the left. Oh, it's because okay, I understand what I did wrong. God. Oh, God. Okay. I'm just going to keep dying to this troll until I eventually figure out how to play this. That's the plan. This into this. Okay. Okay, I don't know why I couldn't use that finisher, but that's okay. So, I'm getting caught up because I think I'm using... It's like, you can't use... So, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. If you use the wrong skill at any point, for any reason, it bricks your chain, which is a bit... It's very punishing. So the best way to describe it is every time you use a skill, so, like, here's an example. So I'm going to fight this guy... And I'm going to build up towards my finisher. So I build up towards my finisher, I can now use my finisher. So I use lunge. Because I use lunge, I can now use recenter. To recenter myself and get myself to center, which I want to do. The problem is, if I do anything other than press recenter, I lose the ability to press recenter because it's like the combo piece. It's not like it lasts for a duration and it's consumed. It has to be the next skill that I do. So it's got to be very deliberate, which makes sense. It's like a pattern of fighting. Like you're like fighting and you're taking these different steps, which makes sense. But yeah, it's just it's an extra step I was not necessarily looking forward to. Additionally, also, I need this character to no. Oh, I did it. Okay, I got it. To reduce the damage of the troll, I have to stun it. My character doesn't have a stun. Which is a problem. Also, I got a dodge here, and I got a disengage. Interesting. Okay, I got this. Do I have a stun? Maybe. This is great. I'm learning a lot about how this character functions. This is interesting. Change other characters that you're asking for. Oh, I see. Okay, so. Oh, do I want summon to a new landscape? No, this is surprisingly good. It is surprisingly good because I can like sharpen my teeth against this creature and overcome it. I don't need to change any like my gear is fine. I can take this down. It's the understanding of my character's skill set that'll help out a lot. So this increases my stun chance. So this gives me a stun every time I need it, which will be very, very handy here. So I can use Shocking Counterattack as a powerful stun. Additionally, Breath of Fire deals this much, not that much. Breath of Fire deals 1,000 damage, whereas Lunge deals way more damage. Fuck. This skill's useless. I mean, I guess it's a dot, but even with the dot, it doesn't deal as much damage as direct damage Lunge, and this has a dot on top of that, so whoopsie, what a skill. So this seems really good. I can also grab Motivating Song here as well to give myself extra hit points. What does this do? Temporary balance buff durations. No. Steady movement speed. No. Extreme Grace, which gives me some more time. Shanties that heal you. Shrug aside. Step back, more commonly reducing damage you take. So that reduces the damage I take, so that's really powerful. Incoming healing doesn't seem very good. Cleansing salts. He doesn't have any corruptions. I'm just looking over skills that I can use to improve my character's effectiveness here. Dense padding could be useful, and it's not even that hard to get because I can just press this to get up here. I'm never going to be in afterwards. That's unimportant. Incoming healing. Meh. Bolas. Meh. I mean, I guess I can max out the breath so it does more damage. And maybe it has an extra effect if you use this cold breath. But I feel like rare ingredient is just straight up better because it removes extra effects. And then I can go for the physical damage reduction, which seems pretty good here. Okay, so I'm going to take less damage from this guy. I now have a guaranteed stun if I use Riposte. So I should be able to go Riposte into Lunge, and now he is stunned. What? Wait, what? Riposte in advance. Advance gains a chance to stun. Stun. Oh, I can't stun. It doesn't work. Oh, that's not good. 100% chance for advance to stun your opponent after a riposte. And it just doesn't stun. Well, that explains why this troll is so challenging. My skill doesn't do what it says it does, which is a bit of an upset. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. There's other ways around this. There's always another way to do things. Knowing that that skill unfortunately does not do what I want it to do is okay. Which means I need to... Oh, I'm at the top, aren't I? Okay. Get rid of this. I'm thinking that I should probably get the, maybe I can rummage for something and get him. Oh, my rummage! I can rummage and get a stun! Of course! Also, I'm not using Sludge Pot, which reduces this attack duration of this guy, which could be very, very good. So I think the Sludge Pot is supposed to be on here. Okay. I got this. Okay, I'm feeling good about this. This guy is going down. Also, all my equipment is broken. Hold on. Repair. All right. Again, this is all a step-by-step process, understanding it bit by bit. The Matrix is opening itself up to me, and I will become its master. So we disengage, hit him with the stun. Always make sure to maintain this. Hit him with the pot. Oh, I was too far to the right, of course. Yeah. Actually, making sure I'm, like, not going too far to one side, that's also difficult. I'm, like, currently not, like, I'm staring here. My eyes are right here, so I don't even see this, if that makes sense. Like, this part, I can't even see it when I'm fighting, because my eyes are so focused. If I guarantee you, if I had an eye tracker turned on, you would see my eyes exclusively, like, down at the skill bar here. It's because it's so new, it's hard to, like, keep up with this. Okay, so this stun actually works. Right. Okay, I did that the wrong way. Okay. I'm still pressing almost exclusively the wrong buttons, but this is okay. I'm still learning the process. Okay. Okay. I got this. So, one of the problems I get is I get kind of frazzled when I can't use lunge or flesh, because both of these abilities are your finishers. So when I have no finishers, I need kind of the later skills. So check step, you want to use check step basically, from what I can tell, off cooldown as much as possible. So I always want to be using check step. So I want to use check step. The problem is check step can't be used before thrust. It doesn't really interact with thrust. Although thrust interacts with check step. So maybe I'm supposed to thrust, check step, riposte, sweeping advance when I get the opportunity. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4-second cooldown, 5-second cooldown. Okay. In between, fill with Salt Sea Blade. Use compound attack when I can. Feint is also quite good, which lets dodge restore morale. So I can probably use that regularly. So go feint into this. Riposte into lunge. Into cutback. Into flesh. Into this. Okay, now I'm stuck again. Okay, so now it's thrust into this. Into this. Into this. Feint into dodge. Into disengage. I need more health back. I did not get healed by feint by doing the dodge. That's interesting. Got the extra defense. Okay, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh. Again, I don't know what it is. I'm like, I'm just gonna keep trying. I'm just gonna keep throwing myself at it until I get the feel for it. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta keep throwing yourself at it until you get used to the rotation. It's not that hard. This is a video game. So this into this. Actually, I don't want to open with that, but that's fine. Freeze. I lost it. I got stuck. Every time I get stuck, I'm just going to take my hands off the keyboard because I don't know where I get stuck. I'm trying to evaluate where I get stuck. There's a point in like the character process, the battle process, that I just get stuck and I freeze and I don't know what to press. Where am I getting stuck? Why am I getting stuck? So the opening rotation that I have so far is basically using thrust into advance, so it applies a bleed. And then after that, going with feint into compound attack, which then allows the feint gives my compound attack extra crit. Compound attack crits. It then allows me to go with the lunge, because compound attack before lunge allows me to apply a huge bleed. Then I go cut over into flesh, and then I use recenter so I don't get stuck somewhere else. And then I don't know what to do. Like, I straight up panic. I immediately panic.
Circular table saws. Throw yourself at them until you feel the rotation.
But the opening I can do. This into this. Okay. So I'm here, and now I go into the stamp back, the parry, into this. Okay, so I can't do that move. Okay. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Brain stuck. God, I don't know how to describe it. Like I get to a point where like I can't figure out what the next skill is, and then my brain gets stuck. I did pretty good though. I got it down to like half before I got brain stuck, and I had most of my hit points. So I'm learning the rotation's getting a little bit better. Just fill with Salt Sea Blade whenever you're unsure. Again, the reason why I think this is affecting me a little bit more is because of the combo pieces. It's the knowledge of knowing making one single mistake bricks the next minute of gameplay. So you don't want to make any mistakes while you're playing, because the recovery tools are very poor here, which could possibly be like an issue that they need to address. I'm not sure, or maybe I'm misunderstanding something, so I could be incorrect about that assertion. Wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. I just pressed the wrong button 3 times in a row. Okay. And I'm dead. All right. That's not good. All right. We'll try again. Okay. All right. All right. So what is going wrong here? Why can't I get this? Very hard. Very challenging. So I go up to the target. I hit him to make it take more damage. I do combo into the sweeping advance. I use feint, so then I can go ahead into the compound attack, so I can use my first big finisher. Then I use flesh into the second big finisher, and I do a reset. Then I want to... Nope, wrong button. Wrong button. Okay, for some reason I'm hitting the... I literally go this one, this one, this one. My brain is like getting frazzled. Again, so now we have Salty Blade into check step. Then we can use riposte. Then I can go thrust into sweeping advance. Feint compound attack into lunge. I'm not too far deep at this point. Okay, you know what? I'm going to click it. I'm going to click my skills so that way I can understand where they're going because my brain is not hitting the right keybinds. So we're going to skill click for a little bit. That's the plan. We're going to click the skills to make sure we understand how the character is supposed to be played. And it ended up dealing with this guy. Okay, so we're going to do the lunge combo. We're going with the feint. We're using the compound attack into the big bleed, and we'll be following up with this. I want to make sure this guy is constantly debuffed, so we're going to do this. Oh, he ran away. Why did he run away? Maybe that LotRO has adopted some of DDO code where the monsters just like run away indefinitely instead of actually fighting you. It's kind of weird. I've never seen a warrior type monster run away. Oh well. It's a new patch. Maybe there's a bug. Okay, so. Also, this guy's now coming every time. Interesting. All right. Big skill, hit him with the cut over, do this. Okay, there we go. Hit him with the skill, step back for the defense, riposte, dodge. Maybe go with the disengage here. Go with the feint into compound attack. Okay, that's dead. Oh, it's because I'm in the air. That's why he was running back. Okay, I get it now. I see it. Okay. So let's try this again. So start with the Salty Blade into the sweeping advance. I should not have used compound attack there. Just kill me. Oh. I can beat this troll. I have the tools. It would be... The main issue with this troll and why it's difficult to beat here is because riposte is supposed to allow advance to apply a stun, and it's not applying the stun. Maybe it's because I have sweeping advance, so sweeping advance doesn't apply a stun. I'm not sure. Like a sword tool? Like a sword tool, exactly. Okay, but I got this. All right. Salty Blade into the sweeping advance. We give him the feint and the compound attack. Then we hit him with the lunge. We go with the cutting blade into flesh. We do the reset. Make sure he's taking extra damage. Hit him with the thrust. Then we go into the step back into the riposte. We're going to get the disengage for a little bit of defense and slow him down because it's too much for me. I got to make sure I hit him with the attack thing. Go with the feint into this attack. I don't know the name of this ability. Gonna go into this attack. Again, I think I'm too far to the right. I'm gonna get the lunge. Hit him with the skill. Go with check step. This is a new ability I've never seen before. Do this. Hit him with the lunge. Okay. Feint. I have no way to heal here. I can dodge into disengage. I'm close. I need to get a stun somehow to slow it down. I tried rummaging, and I got a blue ability I'd never seen before. But that was close. I was getting a lot better. Again, for me, it's about understanding, like, when I started learning the minstrel rotation is a lot more forgiving because it just resets to 0 constantly, and you're not left with somewhere on this godforsaken bar. Like, fit. Okay. Gonna do the disengage here because I gotta get some heals going. Damage. Okay. I don't think I can do this. Big damage skill right before you do the advance. Maybe if I get, like, if I go this into this direction and I get the Stormy Seas, so I get the extreme balance duration, that might help me out a little bit. So maybe that will work a lot better. So I'll get the extra duration here, and then I'll get the Stormy Seas. That could work. we could try that. So now I have a buff, so I can just toggle this buff on. Motivating melodies. So now I have 10% more health than I did before, which will help me out a little bit. And then we'll try again. So I go this. And he's pretty fast. Oh, yeah. I'm actually not using any of those right now. Just because I'm not really sure how they fit in. Because I tried using it, and I just found I got confused. Like, the timing was really odd with that. Okay, I got the stun. Nice. Okay, I died there. And I got the stun too. Man, this is
out of this.
Here's what I will say. Oh man. Oh, well, so what's up, Gin Raiders? Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate the raid. I hope you've had fun playing Mariner so far. I'm having a time for sure. I gotta say, Six Head is a great name for this character. Not just because my character has an unusually large forehead, but also I feel like I need to cram more brain cells in to be able to pick up on what I'm supposed to be doing in terms of a general rotation, as I am having some struggles. There's like a flow I need to pick up on, but it is, I don't think this is an impossible character to learn, but it's definitely taken me some practice for sure to pick up on some of the finer details. Also, oh my god, I got the stun. No way, dude. I missed with the stun. No! Damn it. It's fun, but it's very complicated to get good at. Yeah. This is my practice buddy right here, the Torsigar Troll. It's great because I currently have been unable to kill it. There is an effect I was hoping that would work, which is this one, Shocking Counterattack, where after you riposte, you stun with advance. And it doesn't appear to be functioning. So I'm not able to get the stun, which makes this a very difficult practice buddy. I haven't spent all of the points because I've just been like trying to learn the rotation. I will say the balance section of Mariner, it's a very, very cool class, but I definitely need you need to rewire your brain. I think the big difference, or the noticeable difference for me between the Mariner and something like the Runekeeper is the Runekeeper is thoughtless. You just spam the buttons, right? It's like, oh, I'm playing red. Not like thoughtless, like obviously there's rotations and stuff. But if you're a healer, you spam the heals. If you're a damaged character, you spam the damage effects. Whereas, because once you get to the more attuned you are, the better it is for your character, and there's no downside. Whereas here, you need to manage your attunement because I'm going to call it attunement. You need to manage your balance because you want to be constantly shifting into your balance states to re-up those buff effects. You want to get that buff again and again and again. So you got to be using your recenter. You got to be using dodge into disengage. All of that's very cool, and trying to manage that is cool. But man, in an hour of play, is that hard on the old brainstem? I will say this is noticeably harder on my brain than I would like. Rummage. That's the weapon. I don't want that. We'll just engage. Slow this guy down. That's not what I wanted. That's the wrong skill as well. Rummage again. I got the dagger. There's not a whole lot I can do about getting the dagger, unfortunately. Oh, geez, I'm dead. Oh, God. Oh, also, this character, I don't have legendaries, which will also contribute. I just put on some weapons. So if you're wondering, and there's no essences in here, I just ran in here. My character stats are a little bit low, and obviously health a little bit low. But I'm just like testing the skills. I will say though, there is a flow, and getting used to the flow is something I think will take some time, but I think it's like really cool. Question is, do you go more points in red for personal DPS, go into yellow for support and debuff for group support? Well, I actually think that's going to depend on like a case-by-case basis. So I was looking over the red tree, and my overall opinion of all the stuff in here is I really like that this is very similar to Red Captain in the sense that, this don't stack with Red Cap, or like, where is it? this doesn't stack with red captain, and this doesn't stack with red captain. So, and this doesn't stack with red captain. So it's similar, but it's not the same. Shorter
The
duration,
pirates
shorter duration,
are...
shorter duration everywhere.
Okay.
Where's that sound coming from?
Let's see.
Oh my god, the DDO stream came back on. Amazing. Anyway, shorter duration, shorter duration, shorter duration. So it takes a little bit more finesse to make sure you're managing those things. Also, AoE burst. You have AoE incoming damage. You have the marked foes for AoE telling mark, not 100% uptime. So the differences are nice, and then it doesn't feel like it's the same thing. But wait, it's a trait in yellow that's basically 100% uptime incoming damage, second to last row. Oh, down here, the the masterful disarm, because it makes it this one, anticipation. Oh yeah, the anticipation, where possible increased damage they take for a short time. Yes, 100%. So you can buff up the party damage, or you can increase your own damage. I think it's going to really depend on what the makeup of your group is and what it is you need. But to be fair, I think in terms of just general single target damage, this class, at least from the blue side of things, doesn't appear to apply as much from the direct blue. It's like more short term as opposed to longer term. I think for your more coordinated groups, the shanty collar from the Mariner might end up being a little bit better, because you'll have stuff like where's the big ability? One of these in here. Oh yeah, Dramatic Flourish, which is the 3-second 25% critical chance. Or the again, I'm still like really learning this, or like Guided by the Stars, and stacking the buffs for the very quick burst phases will take more practice and will be harder to do than Red Captain, which is basically passive. So there's like different situations. So I think that you're gonna have or Shanty Caller seems like it's a harder version of Red Captain, but yeah. There seems to be more red traits, personal damage, or yellow. Interesting choices. Yeah. My favorite part about this, and again, this is the reason why I'm a huge fan of what the Mariner is bringing to the tree, is, as I said, you're getting ready to raid. It's, 10 minutes to raid. Everyone's exciting. And boom, you get a phone call. Oh no, it's the Lore Master. His car won't start and he's stuck at work. What are you going to do? He can't make it to raid today. And then you go, oh, I guess we cancel raid, you guys, because we don't have another yellow Lore Master to fill. Oops, actually, yeah, we do. Hey, can you just, it's like, hey, yellow Mariner, or red Mariner, how about you go yellow? And then we'll just get like, somebody will bring in a hunter, and then boom, we'll fill up the slot. And now you have yellow Mariner, or your blue Mariner. It's like the redundancy. To be fair, I haven't taken enough time into Rover. I don't know if you can actually replace a Lore Master with a Rover, but that's going to take some time. But yeah, I do like the interesting question of where you spend your points. I think the other part too is there are some effects that work off of critical hits. Like critical hit is going to be very important to both the Rover and the Shanty Caller, which I kind of like, because you do have the cooldown effect of your haversack skills with the Rover. The problem is I don't know how good this is. I don't even know what all the abilities are, so they're not visible. It would be nice if there's a way to see these. That would be good. And then also, it just feels like, especially when looking over the Rover tree, it does a lot of things very similarly, but I feel like it's just missing some, like this space here, the fact that there's this much space feels like there's something missing. Yeah, I agree. Huge W. I really like the Mariner. This class feels, I don't know, it just feels good. My only reservations about Mariner, number one, why am I playing a Mariner and Bree? Just some level 7 guy who's like walking around and be like, hey guys, what's up? I'm a boatman. What? We're inland? Don't worry about it. Forget about that. For your 100 levels of playing through the game. It's a little confusing. And then my second reservation is obviously about how these things stack. I think the choice between Blue Mariner and Red Captain, for the most part, obviously the top end guilds in the game are going to make their decisions based on what they need, and they'll have the resources. But I think for the average guild that's out there, so for example, like a guild like mine, the decision of whether you bring the Shanty Caller to the raid or the Captain is who's online at the time. Who is coming to raid that day. And so having more redundancy, I think, is always just going to be a good thing. That's why, for me, this is a huge W. As far as the damage, dude, I can't even wrap my brain around putting the rotation together because it's only been like an hour and a bit. I'm going to keep practicing with this, and because I want to be able to put out like a video about it, just like your video. Your video is really good, by the way. I want to be able to put out a video on this as well, talking about kind of my perspectives and how I think about it. But I got to learn this rotation. So I'm going to be here for the next like 6 hours just staring at this troll. Oh, not like I don't need a perfect rotation, but I need to like, get the flow of it. I also like the theming. I will say this as well, where the red is fore, the rover is aft, and the shanty caller keeps that balance. I actually think that's also very cool that it like fits in with the theming. I don't know if I'm assuming they did that intentionally, but yeah. Yeah, it is kind of like Warden. I think I don't know what's the best way to describe it. It feels like there is a clear flow through the skills once you get used to it. Like the fact that Salt Sea Blade is your filler. You always want to use this off of cooldown. So if this is off cooldown, you're going to be using it in your build. You've got the thrust sweeping advance. You've got riposte sweeping advance in case you need to stun. You have the thrust into check step, into riposte, into sweeping advance if you have things on cooldown. You've got the cut over into flesh because the bleed is insane. You have using compound attack into thrust or into lunge because the bleed is also insane. That's the thing I would say is kind of weird, is that it feels to me like also like compound attack and cut over being used for the bleeds is pretty much better in all cases than trying to use sweeping advance or advance. So I feel like advance is kind of just this weird like, well, if you don't know what else to do, hit advance because it deals a little bit more damage. Does it even deal more damage? I mean, it kind of does. Yeah, it kind of does. And then also the fire breath and oh god.
Does it really make you feel like Batman?
It does. It does make you feel like Batman. Also, I will say this skill, I don't know how to use it. The 4 with haste is one of the coolest skills in the whole kit. The fact that you get a button that unbalances you but gives you incredible damage if you can use it properly, mix in with something like Stormy Seas for the extra extreme balance grace period. So I can throw this ability on. It puts me into extreme grace or the extreme balance. So my character is, boom, all of a sudden unbalanced. But I have extra time before I get stunned, which is nice. So you can actually use the 150%, 110%, 15% increased damage for longer. Again, I think that stuff is like very, very interesting. But yeah, this is a tough one, man. This is a tough one. It is hard for me to wrap my head around. It's funny when you make the comparison to Warden. I'm a Warden player myself, or at least I was for many years before my arthritis really got me. So I'm not sure how much of this class I'm actually going to be playing, just because of the whole arthritis thing. But man, I used to play so much Warden, and I don't know. Maybe it's because of just my familiarity with the class. I definitely feel like this is more confusing than the Warden. And maybe it's because I have a lot of Warden experience, which is probably the case. Also, generally, you level a character, and I think if you level this, it won't feel as overwhelming as hitting it at 140 and then trying to put the skills together. Well, yeah, I've only tested out with the red. I think the other issue with testing it with the blue is you need to have other people around. But overall, yeah. Also, the animations, they look great. I don't really love Flesh, because Flesh has the same problem. So, for those that don't know, maybe tuned in from Gingan's Raid, I'm a Dungeons & Dragons Online live streamer. In Dungeons & Dragons Online, which is also made by Sandstone Games, there are movement skills, but they do this. See that? See how the game thinks I'm here and it jumps me back to here? That happens all of the time with DDO's skills. It's, I think, a issue with the engine itself. The engine can't really handle movement skills, and it's going to jerk you around a lot. I don't want them to remove Flesh, because I think it's very cool, but that jerkiness of it really sucks since it's so short duration. And in a raid scenario, if you're using Flesh for damage and then you press it and you slide in front of a monster you didn't mean to because the game, puts you in the wrong location, that's going to be a really frustrating experience for a lot of players. And so I hope they can either sort that out and get rid of that kind of jerky behavior, or find something else to do with Flesh, like replace the skill or something, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that they should get rid of it because the skill is like necessarily bad in any capacity. just that, I don't know. I think that they should take some time to analyze that and kind of sort through that. This troll is making a very good sparring buddy. What is this? I don't even press this button. What does this do? 100% thrust damage. At most 6 and requires... Anticipation gives more parry chance. I don't have a skill called Anticipation. Am I supposed to have a skill called Anticipation? Training Strike. Field of the Celebrant? Huh. Where is Anticipation? Strong arms, careful aim, volatile salts, coordinated movement, many hands, bolus, inspiring courage, masterful disarm. Because it says after Anticipation. Do we have an Anticipation skill? Where is the Anticipation? Question mark. What? Did I not take it somewhere? I have attacker's advantage. That I can't... Maybe I'm confused. Boss increases the damage your target receives. Anticipation. After Anticipation. Maybe Anticipation is a buff?
The anticipation is what you are feeling right now, pause champ.
Yeah, for sure. I'm anticipating something to happen. Anticipation. It says Anticipation. But what is that? Four skills deal greater damage. Disengage gains a heal. So I can also feint into dodge, which makes it restore morale as well, which is good. Salt cure. Sea legs, cleansing spirits. I have no idea where anticipation is or what it is. I am very unsure. Which feels weird, right? Is it anticipation is another mechanic? You need to balance it with sipation. Oh, anticipation and sipation. I understand. Yes, of course. Maybe this is anticipation? Scrap of music. Oh, there's a heal. I guess I'll take the heal. It's pretty good. Okay. Also, that doesn't heal you either, so that's a bit of a problem. Okay, so there's also another problem. It looks like if you use feint and then use dodge, you do not get healed, which is another problem. I was curious. I was like, why am I not getting healed when I do this? Or the heal is basically 0. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Okay, I'm just gonna write down some of the bugs that I found. Okay, so just to make sure I'm reporting them, feint does not grant dodge a heal, and riposte does not grant sweeping advance a stun. In terms of the actual numbers of like where the character's power is right now in terms of relation to other classes, I don't think it's possible to like, other than looking at the raw skills. I think the thing that's really easy to compare is the percentages. So like, what percentage of buff do I give? What percentage of damage, like debuff does this do? All that makes sense. So plugging that into a spreadsheet, it's easy to compare. The actual like damage per second calculation is a little bit harder because one, people are learning the rotations, so they're not going to know them right away. Which is one of the reasons why I'm actually in favor of SSG releasing the class. Like, it's the pre-order with the expansion, so you get it 3 months in ahead of time, or like 2 months before the expansion comes out, or a month before the expansion comes out. which means a bunch of people can play with it, actually learn the rotation, actually understand how to play it, and go, hey, this is unbalanced. And then it can get patched before the actual expansion goes live. So then people that were waiting for it, they can. It's kind of like live beta testing. I mean, I don't think that that's great, and it's not the way I would love to see things done in the industry. But like, it is what we do here. It's what we're doing. We're testing it out. When your sword plate damage is increased for a short time afterwards. Okay. I also wasn't taking this, so after I land a crit, I'm just going to fill up the rest of the tree. So this seems good. Just take all the damage. All this damage seems good. All the damage is good. North Wind, it reduces their incoming healing. That's not good. Is there anything good in here that I want to take? Step back damage reduction. That seems kind of good. There we go. I'm going to take less damage when I use step back. I don't have step back. I have check step. So this doesn't work. It's talking about... Nope. It's not talking about any of these things. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna use the wind. I need to disengage here. Okay. Damn. Alright. I'm feeling better about this. I'm starting to understand the rotation and getting a bit of a better grip on it. Okay, so now I want to look at some more stats and look at some other things. One, I'm curious as to what traceries they have, which would be kind of interesting to check. And two, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I drank way too much coffee. Okay, I'm back. Have you ever got yourself to D-breath upwards? You can do it by being tripped at the same time you D-breath. I know you can do it to the side. If you step backwards, Dragonborn, if you're playing on a Dragonborn, they will look behind. They look backwards and you're walking. So if you're playing a Dragonborn and you hold backwards and then you use Dragon Breath, if you start the Dragon Breath and then you press backwards, their head will turn and they will Dragon Breath out to the side. You can do that as well. You have to Dragon Breath, like press the button and then start stepping backwards, and it will work. The testing is going really good. If I'm being honest. I'm sorry, I'm just checking some stuff. The problem with streaming all day is sometimes I will ignore some of my messages that I receive during the day, which is not good. Let me fix that. Okay. Uh... Oh my god. Oh my god. Typing is hard. I would recommend. It's the most unbalanced class ever. Oh, so the whole mechanic behind this class is balance. So you shift your balance fore and aft, depending on the skills that you use. The more defensive skills shift you aft, and the more offensive skills shift you to the fore. And the duelist is all about fore, the rover is all about aft, and the shanty caller is about balancing the two. But you always need to be balanced. Balancing yourself is really important with this character. So it's kind of sick. I'm gonna lie, I'm actually having a lot of fun testing this stuff out. I apologize if it sounded like I was getting like really agitated when I was like moving around with the Mariner. I wasn't. I was like just trying to. It was like hard for me to learn what was happening with it. So it's just taking some time. Okay, so we got the traceries. These are the effects. So swordplay healing potency. Swordplay healing potency. Well, there's no healing abilities in swordplay. Is this a swordplay skill? No, this is a haversack skill. So that's confusing. Recenter cooldown. Ooh, you can reduce your recenter cooldown. Now that's really good. With recenter cooldown, that means you can do a lot more. So that's 5 seconds, almost 5 seconds off the cooldown. Finish your skill, reset Salt Cure. Salt Cure incoming damage debuff duration. And crit rating. Okay, well, that's... Oh, that's if you hit them. Okay, sure. Toss a bottle cooldown. Oh, that's the healing? Cool. So you get healer cooldown. That makes sense. Reduce the cooldown, the heal. Salt Sea Blade debuff duration. Amazing. Getting this debuff to last 15 seconds instead of 10 seconds is really nice. Gives you some more flexibility on the debuff. That's good. Defensive swordplay buff durations. That's great. Your defensive swordplay stuff like your check step is a defensive swordplay. So it gives you... actually, this doesn't have any defenses. So that's interesting. Because you have check step. So your only defensive swordplay is... Oh, dodge is not a swordplay. Interesting. Is disengage swordplay? Not a swordplay. Oh, your defensive swordplay bonuses. So that would be blade shield. This is also not a swordplay. Well, it says swordplay. Maybe it is swordplay. I'm not sure. That's interesting. So you can get this to last. Instead of 5 seconds, would be 8.3. It's pretty good. Bottle healing. Self healing from wind shanties and outgoing healing rating. That's not at all what this says it does. Interesting. Okay. Damage. Swordplay damage. That makes sense. Swordplay finisher damage. Makes sense. 4 skills damage. That's all the skills that add to 4. Makes sense. Thrust damage. Well, you press thrust literally all the time, so that makes sense. Fire pot. Sludge pot becomes fire pot? A tracery that changes a skill? That's the first time they've ever done that in this game. Well, I gotta try that out. Sludge pot becomes fire pot. Oh, I guess it probably just changes it from Balerian damage to fire damage. It's kind of cool. Rover, the debuff. Pot skills cooldown. So that's cooldown off of your debuffs. Thrum of the Sea cooldown. Thrum of the Sea. Oh, the days. It's got 40 seconds. So you can get Thrum of the Sea cooldown. Jugglery corruption chance. Jugglery application. Shh. Dude, this is the one I've looked at the least. Wind School's cooldown is probably a good idea. Star's Guidance duration. That's a huge buff. Shanty skills healing. Sure. Okay, there's not enough traceries. At all in this. In fact, I don't think there's enough traceries to fill up a single weapon. With a single spec. Which is kind of funny. So they definitely did add traceries. So they're gonna have to work at that. Okay, that's interesting. So you can change it up into the fire pot. Okay, cool. Damn. All right. I like this. This is a neat take on the character, on like a new class. I should probably like get a legendary, probably, and then put it on. So let's pretend I'm gonna play like a DPS. I'm like a DPS guy, you know. So let's get a legendary. So we talk to this lady, and we go, oi, I need ancient script, and so I have a full stack. And then I talk to this lady and I say, hey, I need to buy legendary items. So I need a mariner. I have a cutlass of legends and a haversack. Okay, cool. I have a cutlass and a haversack. So now we have the cutlass. We're going to call them cutlass, please. And the haversack going to be called bag o' tricks. Beautiful. So I have my bag of tricks. They're both reforged. They're both fully leveled up. So we'll just like jam them with all the proper stuff. Talk to this lady. Pick up my traceries. You know, I need a heraldry. Keen heraldry of the lion? No, of the serpent? Keen heraldry of the serpent sounds pretty good. So I'll grab a couple of these. Oh yeah, I have the special word of crafts. I don't need a special word of craft, do I? Devastate, magnitude, damage, threat. Tactical. I guess you can get minus to threat, which is interesting. Anger. Increased damage threat. Yeah, I don't really want that. That's fine. Okay. Word of craft. So I get to grab some of these. So we're just go down here. I didn't grab any of the materials, so I'm just gonna grab the rares. So what do I need? I need, I guess, 2 alacrity is good. Heroic alacrity, and then I don't need heroic precision because I already have the keen. What do you use instead of that? Outgoing healing is not good. I don't really do any of these damage types. Enduring power could give me mana recovery. Do you need mana recovery? Like, if anything, I'm just gonna take grand willpower. That seems right. Give me some more defense. Sounds good. And then we get the word of power traceries, and I already know what I'm gonna do here because your character has AoE attacks and single target attacks and has a lot of bleeds. So you need dot criticals. You're just going to take all the criticals because critical is the best scaling thing in the game. It's going to have crit, crit, and AoE crit. So we have all 3 criticals. Oh, that's single target attack damage. I think I'm also going to take bleed damage, and I'm also going to take single target damage. So I have all the damage, so damage over time, single target damage, crit, and all that. So I don't have AoE damage, but I have AoE criticals. And then we're going to grab the Mariner Traceries. So recenter cooldown. That's a bad ability. Toss a bottle cooldown seems fine. Salty Sea Blade debuff duration is good. Defensive swordplay buffs seems good. Bottle healing seems fine. That's 5 pieces. I'm a duelist. Swordplay damage. Finisher damage. 4 skills damage. Thrust damage. Fire pot. Cool. Pot skills cooldown. I don't believe toss a bottle is a pot skill, so I don't think that works. I don't have Thrum of the Sea. I can't do any of this. I guess we'll go with the pot skills cooldown because that works at the very least. And I have 4 plus 5 is 9. Plus 2, I need 1 more. Wind skills cooldown or shanty skills healing. Again, shanty skills don't heal, so I don't understand. So we'll just do this instead. Now we just put it all together. Nice. If you're wondering what any of the words that I'm saying mean, don't worry about it. It's not really that important. I'm just like putting the buffs together and putting the character together and trying my best to like learn the skills and the rotations and the numbers and the things and the doodads. So yeah, don't worry about it. I know. Pretend DPS guy versus troll punching bag? Yeah, exactly. Pretend a DPS guy. That's me in a nutshell. Okay. So I'm going to have an actual legendary here. I didn't have a legendary before, so I was missing a lot of stats because this item wasn't even equipped. So I'm about to gain a, like, absolutely gigantic amount of stats. Because I didn't have one of these equipped. Whoops. Okay, so now my critical chance is close to the cap. I have more finesse. My damage has gone up by 40%. My defenses haven't gone up a terribly high amount, but that's probably fine. I don't have a cloak yet, but in theory, a lot of my skills should be a lot better. So now I have Fire Pot, which just deals damage straight up and does not have a debuff on it. And it does a shitload of damage. Wow, what the fuck? That's crazy. Okay. My thrust does, like, all of my skills are doing way more damage than before. My main hand is 423, so I gain like 50 DPS on top of other skills. The cooldown on recenter is much lower, so I can use it more often. Oh, my North Wind heals everyone in my party, so I guess that does work, although the number is basically 0. My Toss a Bottle heals more and also has a shorter cooldown, and this has a higher duration. Additionally, my Dodge gives me evade chance for longer. Blade Shield gives me parry chance for longer. So, I don't know. Let's see if I can go fight a troll. Alright. Alright, troll. I've adjusted my gear. I've now put on real legendary items, and I learned how to play. See how you fare against me now. Also, I should use the fire pot sooner. Get him out of here, bitch! Oh, I beat the troll! Yes! Oh. Amazing. Look at that. I kicked this troll's ass. Look at my damage, dude. Fire Pot also did more damage than literally anything else. That's crazy. How does that compare with the Brawler? Oh, the damage numbers? The numbers don't make any... I don't have any numbers here. In terms of, like, the complexity, the Brawler is way less complex. The Brawler is really easy to understand because it's setup, finisher, setup, finisher, setup, finisher. So there's not, like, layered skills. It's, like, really easy. Use skill A, then B, then A, then B, then A, then B. This character has some A's, some B's, some C's, and they all have different cooldowns. So, yeah. Time to kill. Oh, my Brawler 2 would literally one-shot this. I would kill it in one attack. I would use Fist of the Valor, and my fist would go through the troll. This is not that was not a challenging encounter. I just don't know how to play. And it turns out having actual gear helps out a lot. This makes me wonder. Okay, hold on. Give me the... Yeah, give me some of these. Yeah. Okay, so what I want to do... I'm going to go to the word power. No, word craft. So, I have a feeling. Give me a second. Let me cook for a sec. If I go with Ascendant Flame instead, which gives 15% increased fire damage, I believe this gives tactical damage. But, like, who cares? And, get extra fire. Nope, that's the wrong one. Okay, so I do this. So I lose the willpower, so I'm going to lose some of that, some of the defense. But now I have Ascendant Flame. So the reason why that's cool is it increases the fire damage that I deal by 15% on the fire pot. And this also means I can pick up Fire Breath as well if I wanted to, although I currently don't. But now the Fire Pot does a tremendous amount of damage. And I can do this constantly. And this is my #1 damage skill, which is very funny. This character and the Brawler, still big gear difference. Oh yeah, so every single one of these items has 2 or more slots, and all of them are empty across the whole character. Also, I don't have a set bonus from the raid, and my cloak is level 1. So I'm still missing my raid set bonus. Oh yeah, I can do that. So let me see here. Where's the raid gear? 1 sec. I was asked to do something. Gundabad instance gear trainer. Hidden horde deeds, please. I indeed want to check my deeds. Is there raid gear here? Mariner. Oh shit. The Mariner sets are out. Okay. So we have the Shanty Collar, which gives outgoing healing and frost mitigation debuff and Northwind damage. We have the Duelist. Finishers give you a damage buff. Finisher skills will increase your damage for a short time, which is very straightforward. And the Rover Sludge Pot cleanses corruptions. Sludge Pot will cleanse corruptions from foes. Okay, interesting. The Sludge Pot. Okay. Well, I don't have any of these set bonuses, but I did want to check it out. But yeah, my damage numbers are very low, and like I said, I also don't know how to play, so it's a bit of a mixed bag, as it were. I don't even know where you get the cloaks. Where do you get the cloaks? Sagroth? Sagroth drops cloaks, right? No, it's not Sagroth. It's not even here. It's these guys? No, it's not these guys. Do you get the cloaks here? Oh, there you get the cloaks. There we go. Now I can get a cloak. Crit, finesse, outgoing healing. Crit defenses. Crit, finesse, evade. I mean... yeah, this one's better. So I grab this. Here we go. Now I have a real cloak. That has equipment and stats on it. Wow. The set bonuses swap with your spec. You need individual pieces for each spec. Or each set. This is not World of Warcraft. Which is nice in World of Warcraft, where you just get one piece of gear and you're done. I gotta say, the default outfit looks kind of good. I'm kind of shocked how good this looks. That's cool. Okay, give me a second here. I'm just gonna take care of something. Here we go. Okay. So yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting. I wonder if it means I can do the rest of the dungeon. I can learn it. This can't be that hard. I'm a video gamer. I'm a gamer. Let's go game it. Let's go gaming, everybody. Let's do some gaming. Okay. So let's do some gaming. So this is also an AoE, and it's an instant skill. So I can just like use this as an opener too. Oh, I can use my flesh while rooted to move forward, or flesh A, or however you pronounce that. I will say I like the sword stabbing animations. They're really fun. Cool.
Fletch.
No, you need that. You need the accent. There's an accent on this one. It's the E with the accent that goes backward. Oh, it's Fletch. I don't know. I don't really speak most languages, so it's a complicated business here. Like, look at the damage on this thing. Boom. Bam! Holy mackerel. I can hit this guy while jumping. I'm rooted fucking again. Do you have to root me every single time I do anything? God, the roots are so annoying in this dungeon. I completely forgot about this. Stun. Oh, I got stunned because I wasn't paying attention to my standing. Okay. I actually have to pay attention to what I'm doing. Am I going to get stunned again? I'm not in combat, so I don't think I get stunned. Oh, it has a thing above your head. You can see it. I actually... okay. You know how much I've been focusing on my skill bar? I didn't notice that above my character's head was an icon that shows me my standing. I did not even know that that was there. Like so. This. Yeah. I'm hella tunnel visioning on this character. Absolutely, I do not know how to do this. Okay. And that's this way, so we go over here. Gotta solve this puzzle here using my intellect. Warg's Lather. I believe it's Warg's Lather and then Shriken Seep. I might have done this wrong. I don't remember. Been a little while since I've done this dungeon. Distant gate opens. Ooh, I didn't do it wrong at all. Okay, so now I have to fight this. Oh, I'm not far enough to the right. Oh shoot, I made a mistake. I have a stone that causes a stun. Nice. Woo! I'm learning. Oh, I'm learning. I'm fighting the monsters. Let's go, dude. This is cool. Okay. Now that I'm actually learning and fight, man, the loot boxes are really aggressive in this game, aren't they? Now that I'm actually learning how this game works, or how the character works, it's so much more satisfying. Does that apply 2 dots because there's 2 of them? Oh my god. If there's multiple monsters together, it applies multiple stacks of the dot. That is... I'm stunned. Oh. Huh. Ha ho 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 hee hee. Alright. Okay, so now I gotta go get my buffs. Continuing recovery. Thank you. Just want to get my heal back. That's all this does? 46? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do I recover out of combat? Buffs. Food and drink. Regeneration food? That's got to be good. Let's buy that. 1.5 times. Nice. How long does this last? 5 minutes. Okay. Well, you know, it's good enough. Okay, so we go here. Get this guy, use this. Stun here. I am gonna get stunned. Whoops. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about this. I'm stunned. I need a finisher. No, I couldn't get the finisher off. Yeah, I made a mistake. I forgot that you still have to use recenter after some of your skills, so I kind of spaced on it. This character's going to be great in raids because you're going to see people playing this and he's stunned all the time. Oh, dude, 100%. People are going to be stunning themselves back in time for, like, weeks. Literal weeks of gameplay. People are going to just be stunning themselves and nothing else. Okay, I can't move, which is annoying. Can I just, like, get the ability to move, please? I'm dead. Yeah, I'm done. He has, so every, as long as the troll stays unstunned, they get a stat called Momentum, which gives them a 10% increased attack speed, 10% melee damage, and more crit, to the point where they're hitting you multiple times a second, and they're always critting. So yeah. Not many people are going to play this, which is probably accurate. The Brawler is the least represented class at Endgame. There's very few Brawlers at Endgame. Very, very few. You see more now, but for the first entire year of the class's life cycle, most people were just, like, leveling with it. You understand that the Lord of the Rings Online player base is much more casual than your regular video gaming audience. Fuck! I did it again. Oh no. Can I get out of this? Disengage? Oh. Okay, we're good. Woo, okay. Yep, because it's too obvious when you're bad. Yeah, you get stunned constantly. I'm pretty bad at this. As I said, I literally I can't see anything happening in the middle of the screen. I'm only looking at this section down here. I see nothing. If something happens on screen, I don't know what the troll is doing. I don't know anything else that's going on. I'm only looking down here the entire time. Which I know is bad, but like, I have no idea how to undo that behavior. Also, what does this do? 25 parry chance? Okay. And step back reduces incoming damage. Okay. Blade shield. Okay, get some shanties going. Okay, I'm also getting better at it. I can use Blade Shield whenever I want for parry, and then I can use this to hit step back or check step, and I take 15% less damage when I use that. So I can use this and then check step instead of using this into riposte for the extra damage. Okay, this is fine. Need some weak auras? Bro, I need practice. So I need... Okay, I don't know how I'm going to deal with this boss, but we're going to figure this one out. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to die. I don't know what else it would do. I've actually legitimately never done this by myself. Oh, I can stun this guy? Okay, that's good. Oh, no, I can't. Where'd he go? He went here? He goes here? Okay. And I'm dead. I don't know how you're supposed to do this fight solo. That's interesting. So the way this fight works is there's two brothers. One of them is invincible, and you damage him by damaging the tanks that are here. And the other one is... like, you have to fight him on the ground. And he has, like, all these big AoE attacks. Do this by yourself. Maybe I just have to aim for the tanks and follow the other brother and kind of hope I'm going to get it in time. But I'm going to get killed by the one that's on the ground. Because when you have a second person, you have a healer who, like, kind of heals people through this. That's an interesting problem. I can stun this guy, which is... Or no, I can't stun this guy. Yeah, so I'm going to take half my damage, half my hit points and damage, which sucks. Okay, and where is he? Is he here? Is he over there? Where did he go? Oh, he's over here? Where is he? Oh, he's over there. I'm dead. How do I do this? How do I do this? There's a way to do this. I just don't know what it is. And you can't interrupt either of them. And they don't have any debuffs. So it's just understand it. It's just doing this properly. Also, there's no movement speed buffs out of combat, which is kind of interesting. Because dodge doesn't give me move speed. I guess I can dodge into disengage to get movement speed out of combat. So I can go like dodge, disengage to move faster. Which is kind of convenient. It means I don't have dodge at the beginning of the fight. But also it means I can move back to the fight faster, which is pretty good. Okay. Also, okay, I can do that, which reduces the amount of damage that I take generally. Maybe if I just reduce the amount of damage I take enough, I will eventually get through this without... I'm about to get stunned, aren't I? Fuck. Okay. I have a haversack. I don't know what this circle does. Oh, that healed me? Okay. Debuff.
This
Okay,
new alchemist archetype sure looks interesting.
it is interesting, isn't it? Okay, I just need to heal. Oh, my damage, my health bar is going down so fast. Okay, he's got away from me. Okay, I stunned him again. He shouldn't have been able to damage me there. Also, I have no idea how to get my mana back. So I have no mana right now, and that is a major problem. Okay, defense up. Oh, even with my extra defenses, I still died? Fuck. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. I mean, having more stats would help, but... I don't even know what you can buy to give you extra stats. You know, I do know something that'll help me a little bit. There's one thing I can do. Isn't there a heal combo? No, there isn't. I can do this. Which is a pretty seismic buff to my stats. Boom. That's a lot of extra stats. From the potion, I thought there was. So I have the heal potion, and then I have the rummage. So when I use rummage, it randomly assigns me an item, and I can use that. So rummage salt is an AoE stun that I get all of a sudden. And if I don't use it, then it goes back to rummage. And if I do use it, it applies the cooldown on the skill. So then I use rummage again, I got salts again. Something like that. Like parry to evade. Oh, yeah. So the combo is, if I use feint, it adds a heal to my dodge. The problem is feint doesn't add a heal to dodge. Yeah, it's a bug. It's currently not working. So that's a problem. Now, technically, there is an effect here that's like increased healing from sea shanties. So yeah, your sea shanties restore some of your morale, and you can increase the potency. And then I can use the north wind. But the amount of healing is like really low. There's like 1,000 health on a minute cooldown, so that's not going to help me out here.
Why are you using traceries when there is an enhance character button right there, thonk?
Oh, enhance character? True. Oh, I can enhance it by renaming it. Okay, hold on. I got this. Rename character? Hold on. You're right. I can enhance. Buy. Buy item. Okay, how does this work? Okay, so I bought it. Oh, my new name? 6 head? 7 head. Accept. Boom. Now I'm even more powerful. Now we're good. Do you get healing from forward back shanties? The only shanty I have is the North Wind. I don't have any other skills that qualify as shanties currently. So I only get, if I press, I guess, oh, these ones? No, these aren't shanties. They're because they're toggles. You're supposed to just have one on all the time. I don't currently have one. I'm not sure how to use it. So I'm currently passing on that. It's only the North Wind. As far as I can tell, the shanties are the North Wind, the South Wind, and the West Wind. And I don't have enough points for the South Wind. But you can spam North Wind, South Wind, and West Wind constantly, which will then allow you to heal yourself and the entire raid. And I think that's why the healing is low, because it heals the raid. So it's quite powerful. Maybe I can do this. I'm getting stunned. Fuck. I was at a melee range. Okay, I didn't... okay, so that does 36,000 damage no matter what. So I just have to heal up past 36,000. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. No. I got the dagger. Oh, he's canceled. He canceled his own attack. Okay, good. I have no idea why. He is stunned. Nice. He's gonna come this way, probably. Got him again. This one exploded because I had a dot on it. No problem. I have no way to increase my mitigations, but I got 40,000 hit points, so I'm gonna live. Oh. He didn't do anything for some reason. I also stunned myself again, by the way. If you're wondering why I got stunned, that was not the boss. That was me doing that to me. Okay. I'm about to get hit by him. 30,000 damage. No problem. Okay. Nope. Fuck you. Stun. Come on. Okay. I got stunned myself. That's okay. Oh, God. I'm constantly getting stunned by this thing. But we're almost there. Oh, I got the big heal. Yes. I got the big heal. He's dead. Oh, shit. What's this? This one? The home memories of home button is the big heal. Huge. Huge. Okay, I don't know what's in this sack, this rummage, but I gotta be honest, spamming rummage and just, like, looking for what item is on it is interesting. So, a watched pot. A watched pot has never made it boil faster, but focusing on swordplay in the meantime makes the time pass more quickly. So, on every swordplay crit, you get -1 second to your haversack cooldown skill, so you can get these more often. I don't know what else interacts with the haversack, if I'm being honest. I haven't read enough into it. Oh, jugglery. Which allows you to add extra components to many of your haversack skills. So the haversack skills become more powerful with jugglery proficiency. So it's a toggle you put on, and it drains your mana. So it's a mana drain. So it's a constant mana drain, but then all of your haversack skills are more powerful. I have no idea how to evaluate that. I can't even read the haversack skills. And I still don't know what anticipation is. Oh, Firepot is a haversack skill. And so is Fizzling Rocks. Okay. I will say, Fizzling plays a lot of Lost Ark. So many Lost Ark mechanics. Are there? Oh, which class? Because I gotta say, this is very cool. I'm actually really liking this. I have already decided that for the next expansion, I will in fact be maining this class 100%. So, like, regardless, I decided that before they even announced what was about it. The combo ability of this character class is so interesting. Like, I'm loving this. This is awesome. 2 classes with the combo mechanic? Yeah, that makes sense. Point allowance, thank you. 2 meters you have to balance? I'm just going to do one of these. This is called pay to win, where instead of actually leveling up these traceries, I'm just going to level them up with money dollars. Let's go. Oh, you can increase your outgoing healing from this. That's a lot of healing, too. I wonder how much healing you actually get on the Blue Mariner if you max it out. So I feel like the skills might need to come up, but it's interesting that the blue gets the healing stuff. How card thrower class works? Oh, cool. There's a card thrower class? That one must be like that one wasn't there at launch, right? The card thrower? Because I don't remember there being a card thrower class when I played. but I could be wrong about that. It's new? Okay, cool. I said, I like this character. It's it has a different feel to it. It definitely has a different feel to it. Let me max all this stuff out, because we can. Because we can. We max it out. The extra might, please. Draw a random card from the deck. Wait, this gives me might? Is this a might class or a dex or an agility class? How do I get might? That's weird. Maybe it's might and agility? They just scale the same. Okay, take this off, put this back on. Okay, so now my crit is capped. My finesse is capped. And my physical mastery is not capped. But I have a lot of stats now, so that's good. I have a lot of holes to fill. And then we go over here, and we say, hey, can I browse the shop? And we got loot boxes. I don't want loot boxes. Okay, so I get this. This is the hard part about this, about like putting the stats in the character, is talk to this guy. Oh, the Vivids are here. Okay, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. If there was a way to pop these out faster, I would love that, but there isn't. Okay, physical mastery. If only they sold all the essences individually, so I didn't have to do these boxes with their individual cooldowns. But fortunately, you can kind of like streamline the process. This is not my first time doing this on the preview server, which, you know, I would like it to be my first time doing this on the preview server in the sense that I don't have experience with doing this, but it is what it is. Also, if you're wondering what's all the stuff in my inventory, it's DDO. Not DDO, but like the it's like expansion stuff, you know. You know what I mean? Okay, so what is the physical mastery cap now? I'm sure there's a chart somewhere, so let me go find it. I just want to see what the character feels like if I actually put the like this gear into it. Okay, mastery is 98,400. Okay. And I'm not at 98,000. These are 19,000 each, so 10 of these is just shy of 20, so 11 is 20,000. I'm at 72, and I need to be at 98, so I need like 17. Custom DDO? It's DDO. Yeah, exactly. I also ran out of mana, which is, this is the first class I've ever played since the mana rework where I ran out of mana somehow. So, that's interesting. Okay. Put this here. Oh, I have a necklace essence thing. I forgot about that. Physical mastery. Physical mastery. Put all the gear in. Hi, do you have... you do have HH set too. I could also use the Hidden Horde set as well, which is true. That is an option. Okay, where are we at? I have too much physical mastery. Actually fine, because I'm going to lose stats when if I swap to Hidden Horde set. So if I go here, and I grab the Hidden Horde... Mariner. Marinade. So you want the Duelist set, so I'm going to grab Dually. I'm not going to do the full optimization of, like, which pieces should go where. Like, I'm just going to deal with what I get. I'm going to go 2 Duelist and get a 3rd Duelist. So I guess I can just do 4 and 2. So that would be tier 4 is the gloves. Where is my dually? So I got gloves of the duelist. And then I guess I could 2-piece. It doesn't matter if I do Shanty Collar or Rovers, so whichever one's better. Finesse outgoing healing and finesse incoming healing. Well, I don't heal other people, so that's good. And what's the last piece? Shoulders, booties, tier 1. of the... I picked Shanty Collar, I believe. Shanty Collar. All right. Shanty Collar set. Now, before the one thing I have to do before I actually make these changes... Well, actually, I can just put all this stuff on here. It's fine. This gear looks like dog water, so we're just going to quickly... Oh, outfit 1. Put that on, because the outfit actually looks pretty good. I gotta say, this gear set looks better than I thought it would have looked. It's pretty nice. We're gonna wear the outfit. Beautiful. Because this guy looks like... I gotta say, I really hate the Hidden Horde outfits. The raid gear does not look good. I have way too much physical mastery now, so that's fun. So I can actually pop some of this out. So we're just gonna unslot all my essences. And I apparently did too many, so I can unslot these ones too. Nice. Start at 99. That's good enough. And then defenses. I'm a medium, so this is 65,000 on my mitigations, which I am so far off from. Also, crit, I'm off from as well. So I'm just going to grab a couple crits. So grab like 2 crit. Could eat. There we go. I'm going to need more essences. It just takes so long to do this. It's funny how long it takes to set up a character. Need tactical... tactical mitigation. There we go. It's funny how long it takes to set up a character in both DDO and Lord of the Rings Online. They both have this problem where, like, just very quickly running a character through is not a fast process. Unfortunately. Did I? Oh my god. I have too many windows open. Classic MMO gamer moment. Alright, so that's maxed out, so that's good. There's somebody cracking open loot boxes behind me, which is always fun. I guess they're doing that for the gear or something else, I don't know. Faster if this menu was closer to this menu. So I don't need this menu. Just get this open. Move this up here. I'm just going to try to organize this.
Good breeze with windows open though. Unless mosquitoes are out.
Oh, I hate the mosquitoes, dude. There's been, hella mosquito-y around here. And so actually having a bit of a break from some of the mosquitoes for a bit has been very nice as the weather's gotten a little bit cooler. It's been cooler over the past 2 days. And presumably it will continue to be cool. All right, that is an extra slot over the next several days. And all of them are going to burn in hail. Well, they're going to freeze, but it's nice. That is helmet next. And get some more of these. Cap out the mitts. Old mitts. Okay. And then I have more sockets here. We're at 49. It's 2,000 each, so I'm going to do... I don't know if there's a class item from... oh, there probably is a class item, you know? I should probably look into that. This... So many mitigation essences, it's crazy. It says all empty slots, so we do mitigation. Any bugs you leave the porch lights on? The place would need an exterminator the next day? Yeah, it's crazy here. There's like a million bugs. Did I take tactical by accident? Nice. Good job, Stream Tom. Bismit. Okay. I think that's every essence slot filled now. My defensive stats still aren't good enough, but it's gonna have to be good enough. Okay, the class items. That's from Sagarath. Belt buckle, star carving, rifflers, stick pins. It does not look like you get a class item on this character class. Unfortunately. And I can't use shields. Oh, there's drums here. Drums. Why is that here? Wait, what? Wait a minute. Whoa. Swordplay defensive buff duration. No, this is what I was looking for. Oh. Drum of the Deep, so that's the minstrel stuff. Minstrel drum use. Oh, it's a flute. Oh, they have flutes. Finisher skill damage, single target attack damage. Or vitality, thrown skills target resist chance, and swordplay defensive buff duration. Interesting. Well, obviously you're taking this, so let's just grab this. I don't have the correct items to barter. Oh. Those are the wrong boxes. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Ah. Oh. And that's even more physical mastery, so I can dump even more physical mastery. So unslot these. So I put way too many into there. And then that gives me 3 more slots. So we can go put a slot in there. I don't have the gold one, but it is what it is. Look at that. Nice and capped out. So now that character feels a little bit better. 128,000 hit points, which I have no idea if that's a lot or a little. Oh, the fighting melody. This does a little bit more healing. Actually, I think the healing's the same. I'm not sure. But the damage on the fire pot is now dramatically higher than it was before. The healing on all of my other abilities has gone up, but the damage on everything else is like way bigger. Which is pretty interesting. And I actually have like maxed out crit chance. Sick. Alright, let's see how this goes. Let's take on another dungeon. Yeah, I feel like if you actually max out the healing and then you blast the sea shanties, right? Because you get minus shanty cooldowns. So that is the north wind, the west, the south wind, and the west wind. So you can reduce their cooldowns. I don't know if there's a way to reduce the cooldown even further. Oh, and you can get increased duration of your shanties. Oh, and you heal more when you use them. So I am curious too to see what you could do with that. Oh shoot! I gotta get my stance down. Okay, all right, we got this. So here's another troll. This troll is basically the same troll. Oh, I thought I got knocked away, so I didn't use my reversal effect. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Freeze, brain freeze. Okay. Halls of Shanty Core. Yeah, basically. So if I use that, that makes it so this gives me a defensive buff. Where's my defensive buff? Okay, I think that also does not work at all. So I think there's a lot of things in this class that don't work at fully, which is affecting my ability to do dungeon style content. Because it looks like either I have a very fundamental misunderstanding as to what some of my abilities do and don't do. Get rid of my stun. Nice. Okay, drop that, please. Or it says here, it makes it so step back has damage reduction, but you don't get step back. You have check step instead. So does this mean I don't have step back at all and everything that references step back doesn't work? Because I only have check step. I'd assume that those things would still work, but if that's the case, then there's no reason to use Blade Shield basically ever. Oh, well, I guess you Blade Shield before Riposte, but you never Blade Shield before Check Step, which means that I don't even know why you use Check Step, because I guess Check Step makes Disengage gains a heal, but I can't use Disengage because I'm always doing something else, so that just like never comes out. And Check Step also has it so riposte and rages, but that doesn't even make sense. And it gives plus 25% to forward skills damage. But the second I use another skill, it's going to replace the buff that check step gives me. So I don't entirely understand it, if I'm being honest.
You don't belong to the garden.
I don't know.
Takaoka, deal with these intruders.
Time to see what Oganwin sorceries have brought.
I'm going to do this. Okay, thank you. Oh, I killed the other boss without even trying. I was not targeting him. I just killed him with AoE. Okay, interesting. And I got nothing. Let's go, dude. Let's go. All right, I'm learning. It's taking time, but it's actually percolating through. It just took like enough practice, basically, to be like, okay, this does what, and what happens. Then I hit him with this, and then I give him one of these, and he's dead. Nice. We're getting there. We're getting there. Then I hit him with one of these. I get him with one of these. Oh, the flesh! Destroyed! Because you always want to hit him with cutover before you slam him with flesh, because it makes it so flesh not only does more damage, but it applies a gigantic bleed to it. Similarly, you want to use compound attack before you use lunge, because it gives it a gigantic bleed. So, for example, I'm going to hit these guys with fire. Actually, you know what? I can do this and then flesh them. So now they have the flesh bleed, which is the base amount, and then they have the super bleed. Oh, they're all dead. I literally just used those two abilities and nothing else. Can I show off what the flesh bleed is? Maybe. Let's go. So I hit this guy, and the extra bleed I get is 22,000. Oh, it's just an extra 22,000 damage. So it's not really a bleed. It just causes an extra 22,000 damage. I mean, it's still pretty good. Because it procs or ticks and then it hits them. And then you have this ability, which applies a bleed to lunge, which adds an extra 5,000 every 2 seconds for 10 seconds for 25,000 extra damage. Which is better than using sweeping advance, which increases the damage by 75%, which makes sense. You can also open every fight with the disengage combo, which is kind of cool. So there's like a lot of combos in this character you can like open fights with. So it's like, I don't know, it's interesting. I made a mistake, and I am currently stuck, and I disengage. Can I get rid of my stun? Nice, no stun. Cool. Oh, I became unbalanced, and I had no way to fix it. Okay, all right, I'm learning. Again, this is getting better. Turns out actually learning the character class and taking the time, great idea. Says the guy who just made another mistake. Again, if some of these abilities worked the way they were supposed to, this would be a very different story. Also, the animations, by the way, are really cool looking. Now that I'm actually looking at the character, the way they're swinging the sword and doing all this other stuff. Ho ho! Yeah. Yeah, this is a high APM class. The background change for watching your meter for a bit. Yeah, I think maybe the steady aft might be helpful. So that way I don't have to use recenter very often once I get the combos down a little bit. I mean, I can try using it. Also, this is the worst room in this entire dungeon. Okay. Okay, get this guy. Also, I like the fact that all your shanties can be used while moving. Very powerful. You can use all the shanties while moving, which is very handy. But yeah, I get more breathing space when I have the steady aft, which is good. True. Okay. Now I'm on the boss, so she actually has corruptions, which I have yet to deal with. I have to deal with ads. Oh, I wonder if I can do the cancel. Okay, you can. Okay, you can still cancel her. Okay, cool. So not only did they not fix that bug, which is great, but also it means I can do more damage. Okay. My interrupt is on such a long cooldown. Oh my god. Okay, so what you do is... Oh no! I made a mistake. Oh my god. Okay, got her. I'm in a lot of trouble now, because I don't have enough hit points. And I gotta heal, and I have no way to heal. Maybe I can just up my defense. Okay. Okay. Just at least, you know what? I can rummage here for a bit. That's 12,000 hit points. That's not the big heal. I think I'm gonna rummage. Yeah, I think we're just gonna rummage. The rummage play is not the right play. This is the wrong play. I should have taken the heal. Cancel. Not over. Okay. I can't go get her until I heal. So I have to let her heal up entirely. Basically, there's this damage that you, this circle that you take like 35% of your hit points in. And I just can't go get her. I guess I can heal myself a little bit. With Cleansing Spirit, which heals me, and then also North Wind, which heals me. But that's about it until I get something else. So I want to wait for it to just be done. Which is a weird idea. But, hey, that's the video game we're playing. Okay, got it. No healing shanties? No. Is there an upgrade to Steady Aft? I don't think so. I don't think there's an upgrade to Steady Aft in the tree. It's just double time. Double time is very cool. I probably could have double timed there as well. But again, the main reason why I'm running into problems is because of the abilities not working. So I could have easily gone feint into dodge to get a good chunk of my health back, but that ability isn't working. When all those ads spawned, I could have gone riposte into sweeping advance, which would then stun everything in front of me because it's a frontal cleave. The stun doesn't work. So I am a little limited based on what does function on this class, but overall, it's very fun. I will say that it's very fun, and man, it's cool. It's sick to just run around and smash people with this guy. Healing shanties, sort of. Your shanties can get healing, so you can get a effect here in Heartening Songs, which makes it so all of your shanties do in fact heal. You can also get Many Hands, which makes it so your shanties also restore mana as well. I don't know what other effects in here affect the shanties, but that's kind of cool. Also, after step back or check step, disengage heals your fellowships. This is a raid-wide heal after you use disengage, after using check step. The problem is I can't use check step to use disengage, because disengage can only be used when you are aft, and I'm never aft. And the only time I can use disengage, which I do actually use all the time, is I have to use dodge, which allows me to use disengage at any point. So I kind of just like, whenever... Not every 10 seconds, but pretty regularly, I hit dodge disengage to give me that extra defense, which is super helpful. But I can't, if you use dodge and then you use check step replaces the dodge buff, so I can't use disengage. So yeah, it's like a thing. And I've also never used aggressive strike, because this gives disengage mitigations. And I don't even think I'm supposed to have this ability, if I'm being honest. I don't have... Oh, disengage plus disengage mitigations. Oh, wait a minute. So if I am already aft somehow, I can use aggressive strike, disengage, and get 20% mitigations for 12.7 seconds. Oh. Yeah, if you're healing, you would be more aft because Northern Wind puts you 4, but I believe South Wind puts you aft, and so does West Wind. West Wind and South Wind both make you aft. So there's that. Oh, and I can make the shanties last even longer. So I get 5 seconds on shanty duration, and I get an extra 5 second on shanty duration, I believe, down here. So I get 10-second increased shanty durations as well. So that would make the debuff here. So the North Wind would have a 15-second duration on it, as opposed to 5 for the debuff on attack speed. And then the West Wind is a it would become a 17-second damage buff, and the South Wind would be a 13-second move speed buff. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. This is neat. This is really cool. I don't know how to feel about this 100%, but overall, I'm really enjoying the general setup of this character. I think it's very cool. What does Fate do for me? Is it just mana? Yeah, it's just mana. As I said, I think the only way to get mana back is to use many hands with shanties. I think this is the only way to get mana back on this character. So I just kind of run out of mana, and I don't have a solution to that problem. Also, this part, using the rummage, remembering to rummage is very complicated. Also, fuck, look at the damage on the knife. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. 7,000 every 2 seconds for 12 seconds? That means if I get the knife, that's like 34,000 damage for a skill. For an individual skill usage. For perspective, my hardest hitting skill is lunge, which is less than 20,000. Oh, shanties enhearten your allies? Ew, where did you see that? Oh, blue. Blue bottom. Oh, booming voice. Shanties further enhearten your allies. I mean, that's a great question. Let's test it out. So first I'm just going to put my virtues back in so my character's not screwed up. Before you go, wait a minute, you can save extra specs in LotRO? Yeah, I know, it's a good game. Anyway, so let's grab... I don't think the steady movement speed is as important. You definitely want the extreme balance. You definitely want the healing from the shanties, so we'll get shanty healing. I have step back now, so I could use step back regularly. Increase damage when you use a corruption removal skill. We'll grab the wind. North Wind is now a damage buff, or like a damage debuff on enemies. This makes you crit more often. You need the shanty durations, that just makes sense. Extra healing is important. Shanty cooldowns is important. You need this skill, and you're going to use these skills. And also, 5% increased healing on me seems kind of good. Bleed duration seems important. I kind of want to grab Salt Sea Blade for the debuff, so you can debuff people. I think that's kind of important to grab. So I think I'm going to grab that. And take Swordplay skills, because it's just useful. Get the crit, and get this. And then that means I won't get Shanty Mana Restore, because it's too expensive. But you get the stun, so you can constantly stun. You get the AoE heal. And you can still pick up the defense, but yeah, not be able to pick up this stuff. Where else would you get on here? Yeah, you get the party heal after when you disengage. I guess I wouldn't be able to get that. But anyway, so let's look at this. So now this says your shanties further enhearten allies. So I have a bunch of new skills now. So many new skills. A bunch of new cooldowns. That's a new cooldown. That's a new cooldown. That's a new cooldown. That's a new cooldown. There we go. So I have my shanties now. So this still does a fair amount of damage to the fire pot. But now we have the West Wind, which restores 0.5% of my own morale upon use. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think the booming voice does anything.
Now that's battle.
That's battle. Yeah. Yeah, that would be battle. Yeah. Oh, the other yellow T3? Oh, this one? It makes it so that North Wind has an incoming healing reduction, so it reduces the amount of healing that enemies get. Great for PvP, useless in PvE. It's very, very rare where monsters are going to be healing. Or, like, enemies are going to be healing. And if they are going to be healing, it's a raid mechanic, so the boss is just going to heal when they're, like, untouchable. Okay, so these things have crazy cooldowns. So you don't get to use your shanties very often. And toss a bottle still is not that great. Because these heals are low. Like that's a low number, dude. This basically doesn't even heal anybody. This is 1,200 hit points over 12 seconds. So it's not even, it's just below 1% of your health over 12 seconds. That number is kind of bad. Oh, I don't have dodge anymore. Step back. And, oh, because I don't have dodge, I don't get access to disengage. Am I missing something? Pogmere. What a name. So let's take a look at the Shanty Collar traceries. Wind skill cooldowns. I believe I actually have wind skill cooldowns. Yeah, I have wind skill cooldowns already, so it's already in here. Star guidance duration. That's the big cooldown. So guided by the stars is for 25 seconds plus 3% crit chance. This is for the whole raid. 3% crit, extra finesse. That means they basically, you bypass monster defense. Increased crit defense, and then also 25% increased incoming healing. It's a pretty good cooldown. And Shanty skills healing. Now, I don't know if I have Shanty skills healing. But even still, 22% of less than 1% is not a big enough number. Now, that being said, I don't have a lot of healing. So let's go with the... Let me see. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Need the Titan bar. Where's my Titan bar? Uh-oh. 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 Well, it froze the game. There we go. Now load it. There we go. Perfect. I don't know why Titan bar didn't load when I came in, but reloading it worked. Display player info. Okay, so I have outgoing healing is 20,000, and the cap is 135,000. So you probably could up the healing by a tremendous quantity if you wanted. Because my outgoing healing, yeah, is 20,000. And the cap is 135 right now. So that would give me an extra 50% healing basically on that. And that's incoming healing rating. So yeah, so that's my thought process there. 2% of your hit points over 12 seconds. So the number is too low. In fact, I don't even know if... I'm not convinced this is affected by outgoing healing. How do I get outgoing healing? I'm going to go slap an essence in and see if any of the numbers change, if it's even affected by it, because it might not be. Oh, do I have an essence box? Please? Game? 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 Oh, yes. Healing. Vivid. Okay, just unslot this. Okay, so for comparison's sake, crack this out and crack this out. So here are my heals. Okay, this is what they do right now. So I'm going to put the essence in. And now we have the bottle. It did go up a little bit. So the self-heal. And the wind also went up. But it's not enough. So with all of the heals in the whole game, the heals are bad, which is interesting. So they just need to tone it up, which makes sense. All right, well, dude, this thing is cool. I gotta say, I really like the Mariner. I wish I could move this panel, but you can't currently. You can see it, but you can't move it, which is annoying. I also don't know what type of Mariner I would make. Would I make a Race of Man? Would I make a River Hobbit? Would I make a Stout Axe? Would I make a High Elf? I don't know. Also, this ability is sick. So this is one of your finishers. And it applies 25% increased crit chance for 3 seconds upon use. Crazy. This one for like 10% of their HP over the entire raid. Yeah, I can imagine doing that. Well, we got Egg Test over here. Ooh, what's this guy? Let's see what we got. This fully geared? Almost. They did what I did. Just they threw on some gear. We got Eager Shanty, who's looking at the skills. I'm just seeing if there's anybody who like actually knows how to play this character logged in. This person's anonymous. I don't know why you would anonymous yourself so people can't inspect you, but on the preview, but whatever it is, what it is. This person did not entirely fully gear. Anyone else fully gearing? I don't believe so. I just want to see if anybody else has any interesting ideas. Earthbreaker with the gear, with the essences slotted. No class essences. No class essences. But they got the gear. Similar health to me. What did they use? Oh, you're right. You can't read it. I can't read the numbers. And they found the drum. Nice. Oh. Anyway. This is cool. This is very cool. I'm going to have to spend more time testing out the character. But overall, I'm impressed. I think they've done an interesting job of making something interesting. As far as the actual balance goes, though, numbers can change. The biggest thing for me, I think, and where I'm going to want to look at it more closely, is the yellow spec. So the yellow spec has the debuffs that other classes get, but I don't think they have any damage debuffs. I think it's all damage increases. Like, do they even reduce enemy damage? Because you get this skill, which increases damage taken by 10%, basically. It reduces mitigations by 10%, which is fine. After debilitating strike. So debilitating strike. You get a debilitating strike? Let me get an extra spec here. I have draining strike. Oh, now this becomes debilitating strike. I see. So now this skill, if I hit somebody, they do 15% less damage, or they have 85 times their, or 0.85 times their outgoing damage for 15 seconds. So you can reduce damage by 15%, which is interesting. Did I not take outgoing healing modifier? I mean, an extra 10% is only 10%, so they still need to up the damage, but still. North wind incoming healing, that's still bad. Yeah, what do we got in here? Increased mitigation, or reduce mitigation, so that's fine. It's not crazy. Rare herbs, 100% removed effects. Apply a small heal. Okay. The salts reduce enemy mitigations even more, and the juggler proficiency. Okay, I'm gonna see what that looks like. So I'm just gonna put points in the tree and see what we get. So this causes a stun. I have cold breath, which I can do now. I got healing. I got, I don't know, fucking throw bolas. I gotta throw some bolas, ladies and gentlemen. What does this do? Increase the range on my throw skills. That's got to be important. Thrown skills become ground targeted. I love that. You have to do that? I don't know if, can you guys see the cat? You have to do that? Because she goes up there, and then she gets stuck, and she cries because she's stuck. And she's done this, like, every day for the past, like, week. Which, like, hey, man, I guess cats be cats, but... Debilitating Strike disarms your target when it is used after Advance. Subsequent ranks reduce Debilitating Strike cooldown. Oh, yo. So you can Debilitating Strike more often? Okay. I still don't... It says after Anticipation. I don't have a skill called Anticipation. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So this time we have the brews. So we have Caustic Brew. We have the Pitch Pot. We have all of that. I have Bolus. So we can throw Bolus. There's no grace period on the Bolus, which kind of sucks. Breath of Fire. Volatile Salts. Okay, Juggler Proficiency. So if I toggle this on, it's going to start draining my mana. But now my Haversack skills... I have a damage debuff on Caustic Brew.
Oh no, Stepstream, I'm stuck, meow.
She's fine. She's no longer stuck. You would build her a ramp? No, I'm not building a ramp. Okay, so it makes it so while I have this ability active, the Juggler Proficiency, all of my skills apply a debuff to targets. Huh. Oh, it doesn't make Toss a Bottle in AoE. I wonder if this is better to have... Because if it's ground targeted, you can do it on whatever you want. Oh, it only has a 30% chance to apply. Does that apply to the rummage skills? It does apply to my rummage skills. Oh, that's a frontal cleave. Rummaging salts is not something you throw. Oh. Now rummage is on cooldown. Oh. Steady Traveler is a cooldown. Okay. Oh, now I have Cold Breath. Where's Cold Breath? Where did I put the breath? Oh, there it is. Now I have Breath of Ice. Oh. Cool. Honestly, I don't know if Breath of Ice is good, but it's cool. Okay, so you basically want to keep Juggler Proficiency on all the time, but you have to maintain the mana cost. How do you maintain the mana cost of Jugglery Proficiency? Each of my shanties restores mana to the raid group. But the shanty restores less mana than it cost. So this doesn't help. I guess if you're applying the shanties anyway, but I'm not applying the shanties because the good shanties come out of this tree. Yeah, the shanties stuck. But that's okay. It's gonna take some time. You really need to manage this mana cost, huh? How much can I get where mana cost? I might be able to make the mana cost tolerable. So there's Word of Craft. I think there's mana regen here. Enduring Power is 11 mana regen, and Set is minus 20% mana cost. Oh, it's so much. Okay. I don't really want to use the Set, but maybe you have to with it. And mana cost is minus 16.5% mana cost. I can't even maintain this right now. My mana is just going down. My mana regen out of combat is 316. Oh, so I have 62 mana regen in combat. And this costs 32. So in combat, I can actually maintain the mana degen. But not if I'm actually using skills. So I would need to get something else that raises my mana regen and reduces my mana cost. So I would probably have to do a combination of both of these things and do like the minus 16% mana cost, and also use
I get back less mana than I use. Yeah, you ever heard of thermodynamics?
Yeah,
Everything has
basically.
losses and inefficiencies.
Yeah, I think I'd have to use the power, the enduring power here, because this would give me almost like 20% mana regen, and then I would also need to get rid of the and get 20% mana cost reduction. That should work. Yes, I mean power. Every time I say mana, I mean power. Every video game has a blue bar that that's your character's resource system, and in the 90s it was mana, in the 2000s it was mana for the most part, and Lord of the Rings uses power. It's been like 30 years. I can't change. My brain, it can't figure it out. Like, I can. I know it's power. I'm just going to say mana every time because it's not that hard. I can't imagine anyone would give up other words of craft. I mean, I don't think it's too much of an issue because in terms of the words of craft, you have to think about it in terms of what you're going to be using on like a debuffer. What else am I using here, right? I don't need extended healing range like you would use on a lore master, so using the power is not that big of a deal. Plus, also, as long as you have the finesse, you're mostly just damaging. I feel like the yellow, or the advantage to playing the yellow Mariner is that you do more damage. Yeah, the main problem is as far as I can tell, the only way to regen power is with many hands. And this costs more than it gives. Which makes sense because it applies it to the whole fellowship. But like, you get, for example, you get a drain. I guess no, you get draining strike. You can draining strike, which is a mana drain. So it drains power from the enemy, and it gives you 495 back. Right. So you get an extra 495 power every 20 seconds, which is probably not enough. Mm-hmm. So I think the only issue they need to really solve is there needs to be a better way for you to interact with the mana regeneration system. A tracery that increases the amount of power regenerated from draining strike would be good because this is not enough, or an ability that gives that. So that would be very helpful. More options to regenerate power. I'm not saying they should make it a passive, such as a tracery for increasing power gains from draining strike, or a tree passive that lets you gain more power regeneration somehow. Because, like, this effect inherently isn't too bad. Imagine, so under the circumstances here, you have two shanties you're going to be casting. You're going to be casting the North Wind shanty because it gives the attack duration, although the duration on this is so short. So I don't know how I feel about this one. And then you're also going to be using the, South Wind shanty as well. So you'll have the South Wind shanty, you'll have the extra shanty duration probably. You won't use the relaxing wind, but something like this. So you do like get the extra mana or the extra health, something there. Stormy Seas just seems like it's too good not to use. The shanties are healing people in your party. You're probably never using step back. Probably cleansing salts for damage increases. Gonna go with the extra healing. Grab the shanty here. Probably grabbing the crit defense debuff, and then picking up the extra shanty buff here. Maybe you're going for bloodied foes. Which could be a good pairing. So you're picking up bloody foes to increase the amount of damage that people are taking, doing something like this. And then you go in, grab Tempered Steel for the crit chance because you need to stack crit for your rummage skill cooldown reduction, which could also be quite good. So something along the lines of like bleed pulses to increase damage of bleeds. I don't know how many bleeds you get actually, because I guess it's what? Bleed is, the bleed is only lunge after compound attack. So you actually don't have any bleeds, which is interesting. So yellow doesn't have any bleeds. All the bleeds are in red. So you don't have 4 state. So I guess you just grab sword play skills damage And I don't have enough points for Tempered Steel because I miscalculated my stats. But anyway, something along this line, probably. Maybe. I really want Tempered Steel in this build. Also, you really want Salt Sea Blade. So trying to figure out how to get here. What are you going to cut? Something. But by doing something along this line, you now have all of the shanties. So you can shanty away and constantly belt these out. Get the power regen here. Get the power as well. Get the increased healing, which will be nice. Being able to heal everybody. Spamming marked foes to increase the amount of damage that people are taking. Improves AoE skill damage. I don't have an AoE skill, so that's cool. And yeah, then maybe increase this damage of Draining Strike. Something like that. But you get a lot of passives with the shanty durations and in the increased healing. And yeah, so you get the extra, you get 10 seconds on this debuff. That's a huge amount of run speed. Like, look at that. Damn. They have rummage sales in LotRO? No. I do like the rummage skill. Wow, a stone. 5-second cooldown. Okay, this is the big one. Rummage button. An old button that reminds you of home. This is the biggest heal you get. And it comes from Rummage, which has a chance to give it to you, which is kind of spooky. I guess technically you do have the bleed from Rummage Knife, but maybe you skip out on that. I'm not sure. Maybe it is worth it to take the extra dots for Rummage Knife. I don't know. Also, Advance is not an AoE because I didn't take the AoE Advance from Slashing Blade. I gotta say, I like the fact that there's so many different directions I'm going in. So I think the hardest part for me is going to be comparing it directly to a Lore Master. Because as far as I can tell, Lore Master, this has a higher threshold of damage increases on targets. Because you've got access to bloodied foes. If there's an ability called Anticipation in the game, I can't find it. But if you can find it, it gives you increased damage with Riposte. And you are able to pretty much permanently keep this damage debuff on enemies. The thing is, Lore Masters also give mischance to enemies, and they also grant the debuffs from all of their pets, and they also have an attack speed slow, which you don't get on this character. So I don't know if you can replace Lore Master without some type of attack speed slow as well. I guess you get an attack speed slow, sure, in the North Wind, but 5% attack speed for 10 seconds versus like 40% attack speed's a little rough. So, I don't know. We'll see how it all shakes out. I'm going to put my feedback in. I would really like it if this character could slot in as a red captain, a yellow lore master, or just do damage on its own. I think that would be awesome. But, you know, we will wait and see what comes up with that. But it's like late o'clock. So I think I'm going to actually take off for now. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the experimentation with the new Mariner class here in the Lord of the Rings Online. It's cool as hell. And it's like way more done than I thought it was going to be, because this is like the first time we've had the chance to really look at the Mariner like at all. SSG's been pretty hush-hush about it, haven't talked about it too much. And it looks like the icons are done, everything is done, which makes me a lot more confident for this than Brawler. Brawler was not even done before it released. Also, Brawler still has Guardian icons all over it. Like the art all over Brawler is still unfinished. So this class actually has finished art. In fact, the only skill I think they replaced from another class is Routing Cry from Captain is now Booming Voice here, which funnily enough also doesn't work. So it is as far as I can tell, the only feature in here that's not even done, which again, it's nice to see. So I think this class is going to come out of the gate swinging, and it will be fairly good. But it's more complicated than some of the other classes, and the rotation's a little bit harder. But I think I've got a fairly decent rotation down, and I've only been playing the class for like 2 hours. So I don't think it's like super complicated, but we will see how that goes. But with that being said, I'll definitely be keeping you guys up to date and reprised of the situation with the Mariner, how it's going to change over time. Are they going to make it better? Are they going to make it worse? And hey, I know this guy. Get him. He's running away. Anyway, he raided me earlier. Is he streaming? I can raid him back if he's streaming again. He might just be playing at night, checking stuff out. But yeah, anyways, I've been enjoying this, and I had a good time, and I'm excited to see how it actually comes out in the how it actually shakes out when everything is done and gone here.
Yeah.
Oh, no ads, thank you. Anyways, I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna go. Oh yeah, this character is also gonna be super good in monster play. So just to give you the monster play perspective, I don't do monster play because it's really cringe, but hey, you can reduce enemies' healing by 20%, which is hilarious. You have the ability to move through targets with flesh, which is wherever it is, with flesh, which is hilarious. On top of that, you also get this ability, a Duelist Honor. You do more damage in front of people, which is hilarious because monster players and other human beings are pretty good at preventing you from looking at their backs, which is very convenient. So you're going to see probably a lot of Mariner in monster play. I think it's going to be quite good. Also, being able to bump out the south wind constantly, that'll be nice. That'd be nice. Yeah. Thank you for watching. Have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your entire day. And I hope all of you do very, very, very well. I'm tired. And my throat's been hurting all day because it has been. I've been exhausted. So anyway, should be a good time. This was cool. Also, thank you to everybody who stayed in. I know a lot of people don't really give a shit about the Lord of the Rings Online, but this new class is actually like kind of sick. And I am excited to see how it's going to perform. So again, thank you for sticking it out, for checking in with me. Yeah, man. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna become an ethereal ghost and disappear into the night. And there's nothing any of you can just do to stop me. What are you gonna do? It is what it is, as the kids say. I didn't go play Pokemon Go this morning because I was like tired. I didn't have the energy to go do that. I was just like really exhausted. So I kind of like just stayed in bed because I was, again, my throat hurts and I'm just feeling kind of under the weather. But also I just realized that I have 5 days in a row of my streak in Pokemon Go for like hitting Pokestops, which means if I go hit one now, that's streak 6, and then tomorrow is my 7th streak when I get a huge bonus. And if I don't go hit one now, I reset back to 1. So either I get my 7th streak tomorrow or I don't. And I think I really want to get my 7th streak tomorrow, so I think I'm going to go outside at nighttime and walk and get a Pokestop and then come back home. Made you want to log into Lost Ark? That's hilarious. I'm so sorry for doing that to you. I'm so sorry for doing that to you. Oh, I'm always going to stay safe. I have my Pokemon with me. They'll protect me. That's how that works, right? I wonder if I wonder if the whole Unity thing is going to have a meaningful impact. Is what I come back to? Yeah. It's because I know that the I was looking at I was reading up about it in the news and some of the different pieces and what's happening with like all the devs and stuff, and you know, they're charging people in the free to play stuff, and how they're like, people are like, hey, what about if I make a game and I put a demo out? Oh, I get charged for the demo? And they're like, well, you get charged for downloads. It's like, what if somebody pirates our game and then downloads it and installs it? And it's like, well, you get charged for downloads, so if somebody pirates your shit, yeah, you will get charged. And it's you know, I on the one hand, my brain is like, you know, for a lot of smaller companies, it definitely sucks. But I can imagine a lot of bigger companies don't, not so much they don't care as much, they just, it depends on how much leverage they have and what they're going to do about it. However, one of the big fun things is that Pokemon Go runs off of Unity, which means they're just going to make Pokemon Go more expensive across the board, which sucks. Bigger companies will yeah, exactly. Make your own video game engine? I mean, you could. I think the thing I find the most confusing about it is like, okay, so maybe I don't understand, but you have to pay for the Unity engine, right? It's like you have to pay to purchase a license so that you can use the product. Like it's not just you download Unity for free. So like a game made with Unity is in and of itself advertisement enough to show that, you know, it's a good product and people would want to buy it. So then charging people that are using your product to effectively advertise for you is very interesting. It would be like if a video game company charged streamers to stream their game. They technically could do it. In fact, they can stop it entirely. SSG could call me and be like, "Hey, bitch, you better turn that shit off, or we're gonna send legal action. We got lawyers." And they can do that. It's their property. That's the thing about streaming, is that it's a mutually beneficial relationship. It works well for the streamers because, you know, we, as like me as a content creator, I get to make money and have a job. And for you know, these companies, they get exposure, but for them that exposure like really matters. It is this reason why influencer marketing is such a big deal. It completely makes sense, and it is a full circle. Like this is why big companies will pay influencers millions of dollars to play their games, because they're like, if we can get it in front of X number of eyes, the return's going to be insane, right? Pick somebody that's 100,000 viewers on Twitch or on YouTube and say, hey, play our video game for a day, and how many downloads are you going to get? So it can oftentimes be worth it and pay for itself very quickly, because it's literally how marketing works. And you know, especially if somebody's going to do it for free, you know. So I'm out here streaming Dungeons and Dragons online. It doesn't cost SSG any money. They don't pay me anything, but then they get, you know, all this free press for their video game. But it's theirs, and they have the total legal right at any point to say, hey, you know, you are using our product, and you're streaming content from our game, and that content belongs to us, and we are going to you know, ask you to take it down or whatever, or charge you for it, or take a percentage of your revenue. They can do that. All of these all these game companies are legally within their rights to go after a lot of streamers for streaming and playing their games, especially because, like, for some streamers, it's not transformative content. Some of what I do, I would classify as transformative, but a lot of it is just me talking while the game is there. And so, you know, especially if you look at like some professional gamers and stuff. So you look at like, you watch some professional Valorant player or a professional League of Legends player. Half the time, these guys are literally just silent. They're just silent playing the game because they're focusing. So obviously it's just game footage. Like, doesn't that belong to them? It's not transformative. And so like I said, all these companies have their legal right. They can absolutely go out there and charge, you know, whatever price, right? That and charge for that, which makes sense from the perspective of like, you know, like in a short-sighted nature, they could do that. But there's a reason why all these big companies don't do that, and it's because it's so fortuitous. They don't have to pay for it, and they get how many free downloads when someone starts playing their game? Right? Like, whenever Dark and Darker shows up on Steam again, and they actually have their big release, and you have a bunch of huge live streamers start playing it, dude, they're gonna make so much fucking money. Aside from Nintendo would make more money. They just don't understand. But to be fair, Nintendo not understanding the internet is not like a new concept. If you've ever tried to play any video game on Nintendo online, you would know that Nintendo deeply just misunderstands how the internet functions. So yeah. Anyways, so I'm curious if the Unity thing is going to have actual repercussions, or if you know, a bunch of people are just gonna like deal with it and get shafted by Unity, because like you would think that a lot of people wouldn't stand for it, but also look at like the whole OGL thing. I mean, maybe Wizards like lost some money in terms of stock and share price, but I'm pretty sure they probably bounced back by now, and like they didn't lose any market share. They maybe lost a little bit, but not a meaningful amount. So I don't know. Like, is Wizards traded? Wizards of the Coast. Is it traded? It is traded. Oh, it's Hasbro. Hasbro Inc. So year to date, I don't know what they did in March, but in March, people got mad and their stock dropped. There's a sharp, so the OGL announcement, their stock dropped by $5, which is kind of crazy on the same day. It came back up 3 days later, but yeah. So as I said, the OGL thing had no meaningful impact, I don't think. Hasbro's, and in fact, Hasbro's way up. Before the OGL announcement thing, $6 or 63 bones per share. Today 68. So yeah, they're up 10% year to date. So I think they're doing fine. Versus Unity stock. And Unity stock year to date is up 35% over where they were. They do have a bit of a decline. In fact, damn. Yeah, in the past 5 days, their stock is down 7%, so not ideal, but like, we'll see. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know Unity's been losing a lot of money for sure. For sure. Like, I get that. But I'm saying the announcement hasn't had like too major of an impact. Merger with Mattel any day now. I mean, Mattel is making a zillion Barbie and toy related movies. So they're probably going to be making a bunch of money. It's not a big deal. Anyways, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if things get walked back. I really do like the fact that the CEO of Unity sold a shitload of stock before the announcement. I do think that that's kind of awesome. There's something great about that. Like, not great in that that's a good thing, because it's not a good thing, and companies, and CEOs shouldn't do stuff like that, because there's a term for that, market something manipulation, and you probably shouldn't do that. But also, oh man, just what a pro gamer move, dude. What a pro gamer move. Sell some stock, make the announcement that makes us lose stock. So even if they can't recover the costs, I've already made my money. Who cares? 2,000 shares. So what, he cashed out at 2,000 shares, $37 a share. It's not bad. It's like 50 grand, 60 grand. I don't know. Egregious insider trading cases? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's not that much. It's only 2,000 shares. Especially considering that Unity, how many shares do they have? Oh, the market cap for Unity is $13.69 billion. All right. I definitely want to learn more about understanding shares and stock and all that stuff, but it's too hard. Oh, yeah. Let's just calculate it out. So 1369000 billion, right? It's 13 billion. So I need to add 3 zeros to this. Divided by 35.71. So there's 383 million shares. And he sold 2,000? That's not that big of a deal. I mean, like 50 grand cash is 50 grand cash, you know? That's yeah, there's something there. But yeah, it could also just be like standard. Like also it might not even have been like us, presumably if it's the CEO, they probably have like a guy who manages like their account or whatever. So it could have happened like, you know, just yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely a few million shares. All right, I gotta go make dinner, so I will talk to you guys in the future tomorrow, but not today because I gotta bounce. Oh no, it didn't hit a high.